Have you ever wondered why, in certain phases of your life, you do everything you can? You read, you heal, you meditate, you try to become more positive, yet still feel as if an invisible ceiling is holding you back. Why is it that the more you try to raise your vibration, the more exhausted you feel, even beginning to doubt your own path? Is the problem that you have not done enough? Or is it that you are still carrying things that no longer belong to the version of yourself you are becoming? From the perspective of Carl Jung, a human being does not grow solely by accumulation, but also by shedding what has become obsolete within their psychological structure. He pointed out that there is no awakening that does not pass through pain, and that pain does not come from a lack of something, but from being forced to let a part of your former self die. And this is precisely the point most people refuse to face. No light truly belongs to you if you are not courageous enough to pass through the decaying parts within. So the question is no longer, how do I become better? But rather, what within you are you willing to let die? So that, for the first time, you can truly live at the higher frequency of energy you have been longing to reach. Stay until the end, because what you are about to understand is not only 5 things that must die, but beyond that, a way to understand and master your own energy from this moment forward. Part 1. The true core of high vibration. Most of us grow up with a familiar belief. If you want to live better, you have to think more positively. You have to be optimistic. You have to avoid negative thoughts. And whenever something goes wrong, you instinctively turn inward and question yourself. Am I not positive enough? Over time, this way of thinking becomes an unspoken standard, as if constantly maintaining a positive mindset were the measure of a person's inner worth. But Carl Jung viewed the human psyche from a different angle. He did not believe that psychological health improves when it is forced to revolve around correct emotions. On the contrary, for Jung, trying to maintain a positive state when it is not what your inner world genuinely feels will only drain your energy further. In modern psychology, this state is known as toxic positivity. It is when a person covers their pain with hollow affirmations instead of allowing themselves to feel sadness, confusion, or vulnerability. On the surface, you may appear fine, still smiling and telling yourself that everything will be okay. But inside, the inner conflicts, the rejected emotions, do not disappear. They retreat into the unconscious, slowly exhausting you and distancing you from yourself, quietly draining your vibrational state. Therefore, according to Jung, what many people today call a high vibration is not the same as excitement, nor is it a state of constant happiness. It is a form of awareness that arises when a person no longer has to spend energy resisting themselves, when you no longer need to hide the unattractive parts of who you are to fit an ideal image. Your inner world begins to align, and it is precisely this alignment that transforms the quality of the energy you carry. In life, this can appear when you enter a relationship that seems right. Everything makes sense logically. The person matches your personality, comes from a good background, and there is no clear reason to refuse. Yet inside, you feel a quiet emptiness, a lack of connection. You keep moving forward because you feel you should, while another part of you wants to stop. The result is a relationship that does not collapse immediately, but never truly endures. Or when an opportunity appears, you feel both a strong desire to step forward and a fear that something may go wrong. One part of you seeks safety, while another longs to break through. You stand at the crossroads for too long, either missing the chance or choosing in haste. Afterwards, you wonder why you always feel out of sync, even though from the outside, you lack neither ability nor opportunity. Life is not trying to make things difficult for you. It is simply reflecting the misalignment within. When different parts of you pull in different directions, reality itself becomes uneven, a path where you must constantly adjust as you go, instead of moving forward with clarity and steadiness. Jung once said, "Wholeness is not achieved by cutting off a portion of one's being, but by integration of the contraries." This idea runs counter to many modern self-development messages. It does not invite you to become better by removing unwanted parts, but to become more whole by facing them directly. When the opposing forces within you are held together in conscious awareness, energy is no longer trapped in conflict. From there, your vibrational state naturally shifts, not because you force yourself upward, but because you stop pulling yourself down through inner division. And when your energy becomes coherent, external life no longer needs to collide with you so forcefully to correct your course. In this sense, high vibration is not a goal to be achieved. It is a natural consequence of a person living more truthfully, with less need to hide from themselves. If what you have just read resonates with you, perhaps it is not because you have understood a new concept, but because something familiar within you has finally been named. And to fully listen to the rhythms of the soul that elevate your vibrational state, you must go deeper than everyday awareness, into the space where the personal self meets a greater current. If you can, leave a simple statement such as, "I am willing to expand my mind." In doing so, you signal your readiness to elevate your vibration, allowing this very message to reflect and respond to your intention. From this point of intersection, the stories and lessons truly begin. Once it becomes clear that vibration does not come from polishing the surface, but from inner coherence, the next question becomes unavoidable. What is silently fragmenting you, and what must come to an end so that your energy can return to its natural order? Part 2. 5 things that must die to move toward a higher vibrational state. Number 1. The social mask you constantly wear. There are days when you do not perform poorly at all. You handle situations well, and you speak in ways that maintain a pleasant image in the eyes of others. Yet when you return home, you notice a strange kind of exhaustion. Not the fatigue of doing too much, but the fatigue of not truly being yourself for the entire day. And when you live day after day through an image that does not arise from your true nature, your natural vibration with the world is gradually pulled downward. This quietly makes life feel heavier, relationships lose their harmony, and even opportunities begin to slip past you in ways that are hard to explain. As if the world can no longer tune in to who you really are. Carl Jung recognized this mechanism early on and called it the persona. Persona is not falsehood. It is the psychological mask each person must form in order to function in society. From a young age, we learn to become a good child, an excellent student, a responsible adult, a professional employee. Persona is woven from the gaze of parents, teachers, society, and from very primal fears. The fear of being excluded, the fear of not being loved, the fear of becoming isolated. The problem is not whether you have a persona. The problem begins when the persona is no longer a tool of communication, but becomes your identity. when you do not just wear the mask when needed, but begin to believe that you are the mask. At that point, your inner life starts to narrow. Emotions, thoughts, and needs that do not fit the role are pushed aside, quietly accumulating. Jung described the danger of this very clearly. Persona is that which in reality one is not, but which oneself as well as others think one is. When a person lives too long within the persona, they begin to drift away from their true inner desires without even realizing it. This drift rarely creates an immediate crisis. It often appears through subtle signs. You still perform well at work, still maintain relationships, yet the sense of emptiness becomes more pronounced. You respond in ways that are socially appropriate but lack genuine feeling. You preserve a stable image, yet inside you are often tense, anxious, or inexplicably tired. This is the psychological cost of living too long behind a mask. This was openly acknowledged by Jim Carrey, a comedian widely seen as a symbol of laughter and vitality, in a 2015 interview. Depression is your body saying, "I don't want to be this character anymore." Even at the peak of his career, he spoke candidly about a period in which he constantly had to appear cheerful and energetic, while internally facing unnamed crises and negative emotions hidden behind the roles he carried. Jim Carrey dared to reveal the truth behind the spotlight. Success and depression can coexist when you are still forcing yourself to wear a mask that no longer feels natural. Eventually, he chose to live in alignment with his inner sadness by focusing on what he loved, shifting his worldview, and discovering a new inner life. While many wondered about his long absence, a documentary titled "I Needed Color" was released in 2017, showing him immersed in art, more joyful and alive than before. This was the moment he learned to remove his own persona. But in Jung's view, killing the persona does not mean abandoning social responsibility or living impulsively according to raw emotion. It is the process of returning the persona to its proper place. When a person can distinguish between "I am playing a role" and "I am being myself," a deeper form of stability begins to emerge. You no longer have to strain to maintain an image because you know what a role is and what is real. The stability Jung spoke of does not come from better emotional control, but from no longer splitting yourself in two. When the inner and outer worlds are no longer in strong opposition, psychological energy becomes more coherent. You spend less energy on defense, less on monitoring yourself. And it is precisely this coherence that forms the foundation of a stable, high vibrational state. Many people seek peace by changing external circumstances, yet overlook a crucial truth. If you constantly show up in life as someone you are not, then no matter how circumstances change, inner tension remains. On the other hand, when you dare to remove unnecessary masks, life outside often becomes lighter in a very natural way. Not because others change, but because you stop placing pressure on yourself. In the spirit of Jung, removing the persona is not an act of rebellion or a rejection of social roles, but a profound step in the process of individuation. It is the moment a person stops identifying with what they should be and begins to listen to who they truly are. Not a perfect self, not a version universally approved, but a human being living from their inner core, with all their contradictions, limitations, and personal truths. When this happens, a subtle but undeniable shift takes place. You no longer have to force yourself to maintain a positive image, no longer constantly adjust to fit external expectations. The energy once used for defense concealment, and self-regulation is returned to authentic interaction. But when the mask begins to crack, something else immediately emerges behind it. The parts you once hid do not disappear. They simply wait for the right moment to return, in a stronger and less controllable form. Number 2. Avoidance of the shadow within. A common misunderstanding is the belief that eliminating all negative emotions will make life lighter. But for Jung, it is precisely this act of denial that lowers a person's inner energy. What reduces your vibrational state is not sadness or anger, but the lifelong effort to suppress them. The energy drain lies not in the emotions themselves, but in the inner conflict. One part of you is allowed to live, another is locked away, and you must constantly guard yourself so it does not leak out. Jung called this hidden part the shadow. The shadow is not evil. It is what has been excluded from consciousness because it does not align with the image you want to present to others. It may be the vulnerability of an adult once criticized for being too sensitive. It may be the desire to be prioritized or recognized, labeled as selfish. Each time you say, "I must not be like that," each time you force yourself to be good, kind, positive, you do not erase the emotion. You push it deeper. And what is pushed down, according to Jung, does not remain still. It grows in the dark and seeks a way back. The danger is that the shadow rarely returns politely. It often appears as a loss of control, a sudden outburst over something small, words you say that even frighten you, moments when you sabotage what you have just as you approach happiness. And then you feel confused, you think you have failed, you think you are not healed. But from Jung's perspective, this is not failure. This is the unconscious knocking on the door. When a rejected part has been denied for too long, it demands recognition through disruption, because that is the only way it knows how to exist. So, stop denying the shadow is not a moral slogan about self-acceptance. It is a practical psychological act, bringing what operates unconsciously back into awareness so you can choose. Jung once said, "Everyone carries a shadow, and the less it is embodied in the individual's conscious life, the blacker and denser it is. The darkness here is not evil, but the result of compression and accumulation, which makes it more volatile. When you turn to face the shadow, it is no longer an indistinct darkness. It begins to separate into emotions and needs that can be understood. And when you can name what is happening within you, what once operated in the dark gradually loses its unconscious control." Simply put, high vibration in Jung's sense is not about having only light, but about being spacious enough to hold both light and shadow without being torn apart by them. You may still feel anger, but it no longer drives you. You may still feel fear, but it no longer decides for you. You may still have selfish impulses, but you are aware of them and can place them appropriately, instead of letting them quietly distort your character. When the shadow is brought into the light, the energy once used to suppress it returns to life. You no longer have to perform as much, strain as much, or monitor yourself constantly. This reduction in energy leakage stabilizes your state, making it clearer and more coherent. Imagine someone seen as nearly perfect by others. At work, they are calm, non-confrontational, and always positive. In relationships, they are accommodating, understanding, and rarely show irritation. Whenever they feel frustration or disappointment, they tell themselves, "It's fine, just think positively." Over time, strange things begin to happen. They struggle with insomnia despite no major events. Their body feels exhausted without a clear reason. Some days, they snap at loved ones over trivial matters, then immediately feel guilt and self-blame. At times, they sabotage relationships or abandon important opportunities, even when they deeply wanted them. On the surface, it seems random. But through Jung's lens, it is not a coincidence. It is the shadow finding its way back. Only when this person begins to name previously forbidden emotions, to admit that they can feel anger, selfishness, exhaustion, do the external incidents begin to lessen. Not because life suddenly becomes easier, but because the inner world no longer has to scream to be seen. This is how the shadow is integrated. Not by saying, "I accept it," but by living as a whole human being, with both positive and negative aspects. At that point, you no longer wait for reality to become harmonious. You become the condition that allows reality to respond to you more gently by no longer dividing yourself. Stopping the denial of the shadow does not make you heavier. It makes you less fragmented. When the excluded parts are brought back, psychological energy is no longer consumed by concealment and control. This inner state of no longer opposing yourself is the true foundation of what many call high vibration. For Jung, it is not about rising above life, but standing fully within it, with both light and shadow, so that reality no longer needs to strike you forcefully just to make you see yourself. Perhaps at this point, you have begun to recognize that certain difficulties in your life stem from not yet listening to and integrating your own shadow. In this moment, if you can, allow yourself to write a message, anything at all, as a way of breaking through barriers that have lived within you for a long time. The moment you dare to write is the moment you prove that you are already elevating your vibrational state. And once you have reached this level of awareness of the shadow, the journey continues. There is another subtle mechanism to move through, something Jung also described as the persona, the mask people create to carry through life with a sense of safety. When you begin to face your inner darkness, a more refined layer appears. Not what you reject, but what you have absorbed so deeply that you begin to lose the boundaries of yourself. Number 3. The habit of excessive empathy. There is a paradox that very few people recognize. The more you feel, the more it does not necessarily mean you are living at a higher vibrational level. On the contrary, in many cases, constantly being pulled into the emotions of others disrupts, scatters, and weakens your energetic system. You may believe you are opening your heart, but in reality, you are throwing open every door without any boundaries. And in a world that operates on the principle of energy, anything that is not contained will eventually be drained. From the perspective of Carl Jung, psychological energy is not merely an abstract idea. It is a real current that shapes how you exist in the world. It determines where your attention goes, what you attach to, and ultimately, who you become. When you maintain the habit of excessive empathy, you no longer govern that current. You are not simply listening to others. You are unconsciously allowing them to enter your inner space, bringing with them unprocessed emotions, unnamed wounds, and conflicts that do not belong to you. The issue is not that you feel deeply, but that you can no longer distinguish what is yours from what belongs to others. When this boundary dissolves, you begin to live in a state Jung described as unconscious identification. You think you are understanding, but in truth, You are being swept into a current you no longer control. You are no longer observing the experience. You have become part of it. In the economy of energy, attention always has a cost. Each time you fully immerse yourself in someone else's story, you are transferring a portion of your life energy into that experience. When this exchange is conscious, it can become a connection. But when it is unconscious and repeated, it becomes depletion. And the most dangerous part is that this depletion appears as a lingering fatigue, a vague emptiness, a state in which you no longer have the strength to return to yourself and do what you truly want. Imagine someone who is always the emotional anchor for everyone else. They can sit for hours listening, placing themselves delicately in another person's position, sensing what others cannot yet articulate. But the more they do this, the further they drift from their own experience. They understand exactly where others are hurting, yet no longer feel clearly how they themselves are living. Over time, they begin to exist as a channel for others' emotions, rather than as a living individual with their own current. Jung emphasized, your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes. Excessive empathy is a subtle way of constantly looking outward to avoid turning inward. You become so occupied with understanding others that you no longer understand yourself. You feel on behalf of others so much that you lose the ability to feel your own experience. And in this state, awakening cannot occur because your energy never truly returns to its center. To reach a higher vibrational state, something must die. The habit of empathy without boundaries. Not because you become cold, but because you begin to understand that true compassion does not lie in feeling on behalf of others. It lies in maintaining your presence while being with them. You do not need to carry their pain to prove you care. You only need to be grounded enough to stay without losing yourself. When this habit begins to dissolve, you may pass through a very particular phase. At first, you might feel less emotional, less reactive, even slightly distant. But if you look deeper, you will see that this is not numbness. It is a restructuring of energy. At this point, a different kind of vibration begins to form. It is not loud or performative, but it carries a distinct gravity. You no longer need to understand everyone to feel valuable. You no longer need to be present in every story to feel meaningful. Instead, you begin to live with a deeper focus on your own path. Your energy is no longer scattered. It is gathered, refined, and gradually clarified. At this level, you can still empathize, but it becomes conscious empathy. You feel, but you do not absorb. You understand, but you do not dissolve. You connect, but you do not lose your center. And this distinction creates a profound shift. You are no longer shaped by the emotional environment around you. You become someone who can stabilize your own energetic field. The death here is not the loss of compassion, but the end of an old way of existing, one in which you constantly give without realizing you are being depleted. When that way ends, a new way begins. You no longer live in dispersion, but in convergence. And it is this convergence that lifts you to a higher vibrational state, where you no longer seek energy from the outside, but begin to become a source of energy yourself. And when your inner boundaries become blurred, you not only lose connection with yourself, but also begin to see others through the lens of your own projections, where reality is replaced by invisible expectations. Number 4. The belief that others will become the version you expect. There is a truth in relationships that is difficult to accept because it does not wound all at once, but erodes slowly. Most people do not love others as they are, but love a version they believe those people could become. And this seemingly hopeful belief is one of the things that must die if you are to step into a higher vibrational state. Because when you live in expectation, you are no longer living in reality. And when you are not in reality, you cannot access inner clarity, the foundation of all deep transformation. This belief rarely appears loudly. It begins subtly, almost invisibly. You notice a few potential qualities in someone, a bit of sensitivity, a hint of depth, moments of kindness, and from there, you begin constructing a narrative. If they mature a little more, if they become more stable, if they learn to love better, then they will be the right person. And so, you are no longer in a relationship with who they are, but with an image you are continuously refining within your mind. From Jung's perspective, this is not merely an expectation, it is a form of unconscious projection. You do not see others only with your eyes, but through what you carry within. The qualities you long for, the images you believe in, the parts of yourself you have not yet fully lived, all are projected onto the other person. From this, an illusion forms, that they can become what you see. Jung wrote, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." When you believe others will become the version you expect, you are looking outward. You are dreaming about a future instead of awakening to reality. And this dreaming state disperses your energy, preventing it from settling into stability. A viewer of my channel, Emily, met Daniel while both were seeking a serious relationship. He was sometimes thoughtful and made her feel understood, but he was inconsistent and often withdrew when things became deeper. Although she noticed this, Emily chose to believe he just needed time, interpreting his silence and rare moments of care as signs of a better version of him emerging. She began relating not to who he was, but to who she hoped he would become. And that belief kept her stuck in an in-between state, never hurt enough to leave, yet never truly at peace to feel happy. This is where your vibration becomes constrained. Your energy is no longer rooted in the present. It is pulled toward the future, an uncertain future, without foundation, beyond your control. You live in waiting, explaining, hoping, and all three states share one consequence: they weaken your inner presence. To move into a higher vibrational state, what must end is not hope itself, but this belief entirely. Not through bitterness, but through clarity. You begin to see others as they are, without adding, subtracting, or embellishing. You stop translating their behavior into something more positive. You no longer ask, who could they become, but simply see, who are they now? When the belief that others will become your expected version dies, a clear shift occurs in your energy. You are no longer pulled into the future. You return to the present, and in that state, you begin to see more clearly what aligns, what does not, what to keep, what to release. This return raises your vibration, because high vibration is not something mystical. It is clarity, a state where you are no longer guided by illusion or by stories that have not yet happened. You see, you understand, and you choose from a grounded inner foundation. Paradoxically, when you stop believing others must become something, you also stop trying to become a good enough version of yourself to keep them. You step out of the entire system of mutual adjustment. No one has to become anything. No one has to prove anything. And within this space, a different kind of connection can emerge, not based on expectation, but on truth. If this belief is not released, it keeps you in a distorted vibrational state, where you are always living in the future, always waiting, always unstable. But when it dies, you do not lose love, you lose illusion. And in that loss, you reclaim your energy. You no longer love a possibility. You begin to see a person. And from there, you begin to see yourself more clearly, more steadily, at a level of vibration you have never touched before. But behind every expectation that has not been released, there is always a deeper fear. The fear of standing alone with yourself, with no one to lean on, nothing left to cover the emptiness. Number 5. The fear of loneliness. The more you fear loneliness, the more you remain held at a lower vibrational level. Not because you are weak, but because your entire psychological energy is bound to the need for connection, validation, and fulfillment from the outside. And when your energy is constantly directed outward in search of support, you will never have enough space to touch the depth within yourself. From the perspective of Carl Jung, the process of individuation does not begin with finding yourself, but with losing what you once used to define yourself. Relationships, roles, and connections that once gave you a sense of belonging gradually loosen, not because they were wrong, but because you have outgrown them. And at this very point, the fear of loneliness arises as a psychological survival reflex. If there is no one left to hold on to, will I still exist as I once did? But what must be faced directly is this. The fear of loneliness is not a harmless emotion. It is a mechanism that keeps you anchored in old structures. It makes you maintain relationships that have lost meaning. Continue playing roles that no longer reflect who you are, and compromise with connections simply to avoid emptiness. In other words, it keeps you in a version of yourself that is safe, but no longer alive. That is why, if you want to enter a higher vibrational state, the fear of loneliness cannot merely be soothed. It must be allowed to dissolve. The death here is not the disappearance of the emotion itself, but the collapse of the power it once held. Before, it dictated your choices. You stayed out of fear of loss. You held on out of fear of emptiness. You connected out of fear of being alone. But when you begin to face it directly, without running, without rushing to fill the void, a quiet transformation occurs. You realize that what you truly fear is not the absence of others, but facing yourself without any buffer. Jung pointed to a sharp truth. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. But to become yourself, you must pass through a phase where there is no one to rely on but yourself. And this is where most people turn back, because it requires a kind of courage that does not come from outward action, but from the ability to remain with yourself in silence. And within that space, a new level of awareness begins to form. You no longer react to old patterns. You no longer unconsciously seek validation. You begin to experience yourself as an independent presence, not defined by whether someone is beside you or not. This is not separation from the world, but a restructuring of your relationship with it. When the fear of loneliness dissolves, psychological energy is no longer spent maintaining connection at all costs. It returns inward, and this return shifts your frequency. You become calmer, clearer, less reactive, yet deeper. You are no longer drawn into superficial interactions, no longer triggered by minor emotional lacks, no longer needing others to fill the spaces within you. At this level of vibration, you no longer connect from lack, but from fullness. You are no longer in a relationship because you fear being alone, but because you truly choose that person. You're no longer preoccupied with who will stay, because you know that even if no one does, you will not lose yourself. This is the shift from psychological dependence to inner autonomy, a core marker of individuation. And notably, when you no longer fear loneliness, you no longer emit the energy of lack. You stop unconsciously seeking rescue from others. Instead, you become a stable center, a grounded presence. And this completely transforms how you move through the world. Connections begin to change, not because you force selection, but because what is not aligned naturally falls away. New relationships emerge, not from need, but from resonance. You are no longer drawn to those who fill you, but to those who reflect you. And that is when you reach a higher vibrational state, not because you have added anything, but because you have let go of what once held you back. The fear of loneliness does not dissolve in a single moment. It fades as you stop giving it authority. When you no longer let it decide whether you stay or leave, hold on or release, connect or withdraw. And when that authority is gone, you enter a state where your presence no longer depends on anyone else. This is not isolation. In the end, it is freedom. And when you look back on this entire journey, you may realize a different truth. You do not truly raise your vibration by becoming a better version of yourself, but by having the courage to let go of what is no longer you. Not by adding, but by removing. Not by striving upward, but by no longer dividing yourself. Through Jung's lens, all deep transformation begins with inner honesty, where a person dares to move through familiar layers to reach the most authentic core of their being. And when what needs to die truly comes to an end, you do not lose anything essential. You simply restore a coherent flow of energy, no longer scattered by fear, illusion, or outdated roles. In the end, high vibration is not a state you must attain. It is the natural consequence of living truthfully, deeply, and steadily enough that you no longer Many people believe that life changes during its brightest moments, when success arrives, when they finally obtain what they once desired, or when everything at last begins to move in the right direction. But what if the deepest transformation of a human being actually begins in the periods when they feel the most lost? In the moment they start to feel estranged from the very life they are living, when the things that once mattered slowly lose their meaning, and somewhere within, a quiet feeling emerges that the old version of themselves can no longer continue to exist as it once did. From Carl Jung's perspective, this is not necessarily a sign of collapse. Jung believed that before a person enters the greatest transformation of their life, their psyche often must first pass through a silent process of disintegration, a place where the old layers of identity begin to fall apart so that a more authentic self can finally emerge. So, if lately you have felt yourself changing in a way that is difficult to explain, if you have begun to lose connection with your old life, with the people you once knew, even with the version of yourself you believed would remain forever, then today's video may help you understand what is truly happening within your mind. Because sometimes, the darkest and most chaotic phase of the inner world is actually the final doorway before a person's life changes forever. Number 1. Persona dissolution. The version once accepted by the world begins to feel unfamiliar to you. There are transformations in human life that do not arrive with thunder or violent collapse. They come quietly, the way winter silently enters a forest. No one notices the first moment the leaves begin to fade. Yet one day, the entire landscape is no longer what it once was. The dissolution of the persona unfolds in much the same way. Not loudly, not dramatically, only as a subtle and profound unfamiliarity that slowly seeps into the inner world until a person can no longer continue living inside their former self. What is strange is that most people only begin to realize they have lost themselves when everything on the outside still appears intact. They still go to work every morning. They still present themselves in familiar ways. They still speak the proper social phrases. They still fulfill the roles expected of them by family, society, or the environment around them. Yet somewhere deep beneath all those orderly movements, a quiet sensation begins to grow inside the soul, difficult to name. A feeling as though they have lived too long inside a room without windows, where the air remains sufficient for survival, but no longer enough to truly breathe. Carl Jung once wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." Yet the greatest paradox of human existence is this. Before becoming ourselves, most of us spend years becoming versions that the world finds easier to accept first. Jung called this psychological structure the persona, the social mask formed through the need for adaptation. It is the version of the self that learns how to exist among the collective. A child realizes they will be loved more if they are obedient. A man learns to conceal his vulnerability out of fear of being seen as weak or unsuccessful. A woman grows accustomed to being gentle, composed, and agreeable, so she will not become a burden in the eyes of others. Over time, these adaptive behaviors no longer feel like choices. They become identity. And that is when the silent tragedy begins, because the danger of the persona does not lie in its artificiality. The true danger lies in the fact that a person can live inside it for so long that they eventually forget what their real face even looks like. Some people spend nearly their entire youth becoming versions of themselves that make others feel comfortable. They choose the correct path instead of the one that makes their soul come alive. They remain in relationships long after the emotional life within them has dried out, simply because they do not want to disappoint anyone. They become so accustomed to answering, "I'm fine," that even when their inner world is cracking apart, they no longer possess the ability to describe what they truly feel. From the outside, that life may still appear perfectly functional, but deep underneath, the soul resembles a river that has been diverted away from its natural course for too long. The surface may remain calm, yet the waters beneath have already begun to lose their vitality. What matters is that the dissolution of the persona rarely begins with intense suffering. More often, it starts with an incredibly subtle feeling of alienation. One day, a person suddenly realizes that the things which once made them proud no longer make them feel alive. Conversations that once felt natural now feel heavy. Environments that once gave them a sense of belonging now create an inexplicable suffocation. Like an actor who has stood on stage for so long that they suddenly forget which part is the character and which part is themselves. Many people become frightened when they reach this stage. They think they are becoming negative, selfish, or unstable. And because they fear losing the world's approval, They try to return to their old self. They force themselves to keep fitting in, to remain cheerful, to continue meeting expectations. But from Jung's perspective, discomfort with one's old life is not always a sign of collapse. Sometimes it is a sign that the psyche has begun to mature beyond the identity that once protected it for so many years. Just as a tree cannot continue growing inside a pot that has become too small, human beings are no different. At a certain point, the persona that once helped them survive begins to turn into the very structure that suffocates their soul. I am reminded of the story of Anna, a female architect I once heard mentioned during a discussion on depth psychology. In the eyes of others, she was almost the perfect image of a successful adult. Calm, rational, independent, and always in control of her life. Anna had never disappointed her family. She had never strayed from the proper path society expected her to follow. But one evening, while sitting alone in her office after work, watching the city lights reflect against layers of cold blue-gray glass, she suddenly broke down crying without understanding why. Nothing tragic had happened that day. It was simply the first time in her life that Anna realized she had spent too many years building a life that looked perfect from the outside, while no longer being able to hear the true voice of herself anywhere within it. That is the moment the persona begins to dissolve. Because there are phases in life when the soul is no longer capable of cooperating with the version of ourselves that society once praised. Reactions that once felt natural begin to feel forced. Casual social interactions exhaust a person more quickly than before. Sometimes, they even feel as though they are standing inside their own life, while looking at everything through a layer of fogged glass, still existing there, yet no longer truly belonging to it. And the cruelest paradox is that many people try to heal this feeling by perfecting the persona even further. They try to become more successful, more positive, more admirable. But what the soul longs for has never been a more perfect mask. What it truly needs is to finally stop hiding behind one. Perhaps that is why Jung believed that many major crises in human life are not signs that a person is failing. Sometimes they are simply the moment the authentic self begins to rebel against the false life that has been lived for far too long. And sometimes, the feeling that you can no longer endure your old self anymore is the very first sign that your real life is about to begin. The persona begins to dissolve the moment a person no longer has the capacity to continue living as a performance. But what comes immediately afterward is often far more frightening. Because when the old identity begins to crack apart, the soul does not instantly discover a new light. More often, it must first pass through a very long darkness. Number 2. The night sea journey. The period when the soul descends into an invisible darkness. The soul truly begins to change at the moment a person no longer suffers from a lack of happiness, but becomes exhausted from continuing to live inside a meaning that has long since died within them. The night sea journey often begins from that very silent exhaustion, not the kind of dramatic collapse the world easily notices, but something more like the slow withdrawal of light from a room at the end of a winter afternoon. Everything remains in its old place, yet the warmth that once made it feel alive has vanished. Outer life may continue functioning normally, but deep within consciousness, a person begins to feel themselves drifting away from the familiar life they once believed they belonged to. It is a state many ancient civilizations described through remarkably similar images: the descent into the underworld, the crossing through the sea of night, or the journey in which the soul must pass through darkness before rebirth becomes possible. In Babylonian mythology, Gilgamesh wanders through darkness, searching for the secret of life. In Greek mythology, Orpheus descends into the underworld to retrieve Eurydice. Even within the alchemical tradition that deeply fascinated Carl Jung, the stage of Nigredo, the blackening, was always regarded as the first and necessary condition before true transformation could occur. What is fascinating is that the unconscious mind across all eras seems to have understood the same truth. Before a new self can emerge, the old consciousness must often pass through a darkness where every familiar form of direction becomes useless. And that is precisely what makes this stage so frightening. Because most people are raised to believe that growth should come with clarity, that if they are living correctly, they should always feel purposeful, motivated, and certain of where they are going. But the reality of psychological depth is different. There are periods of inner development that do not resemble light at all, but disorientation. Not because the soul is dying, but because the old structure of consciousness can no longer contain the person they are becoming. That is why many people entering this phase feel as though they are losing themselves. They no longer respond to life in familiar ways. The things that once brought excitement suddenly feel distant. Goals once considered deeply important lose their inner gravity. The most frightening part is not sadness itself, but emptiness, a hollow space difficult to describe, as though some part of the soul has gone completely silent. But Jung once wrote something profoundly important. There is no coming to consciousness without pain. The expansion of consciousness has never been a comfortable process, because human awareness does not grow merely by accumulating more light, but by becoming capable of enduring more darkness than before. Perhaps this is what the modern world misunderstands most deeply about inner crisis. People have become so accustomed to treating every state of confusion as a problem that must be fixed immediately. Yet sometimes, that very disorientation is the sign that a person is beginning to separate from their former self. Just as the eyes must adjust to darkness before they can see the stars, the soul too may need to pass through a period of inner blindness before it can recognize what truly matters. I remember hearing about Brenda, a woman working in academia, during a discussion on depth psychology. For years, she lived according to a highly structured rhythm: research, teaching, publishing papers, attending conferences. From the outside, Brenda's life appeared entirely stable. But gradually, she began experiencing something strange. Every morning when she woke up, she felt as though she were entering a room where every object remained familiar, yet their meaning had disappeared. One winter evening, while sitting alone in the library after work, Brenda looked at the endless shelves beneath the pale yellow lights and suddenly realized that what exhausted her was not her work itself, but the feeling that her soul had drifted far away from her current life long before her conscious mind had noticed it. And that is the true nature of this stage: the delay between the soul and consciousness. Very often, the deepest part of a person has already begun to move long before the ego notices. Yet the ego continues trying to preserve the old rhythm of life because it fears the emptiness ahead. And so people fall into a peculiar state. They no longer fully belong to the old life, but they have not yet been reborn enough to enter the new one. In depth psychology, this is known as the liminal state, the threshold between two forms of existence. And every liminal state carries the nature of ambiguity. That is why this period often makes people feel as though they are living at the bottom of a deep ocean. The sounds of the world still exist, but they arrive from very far away. Ordinary pleasures no longer touch the inner self the way they once did. Even time itself begins to feel strange. Days continue passing, yet inwardly, a person feels suspended in stillness. Looked at more deeply, this is not merely an individual psychological experience. It reflects an ancient law of spiritual transformation. In many rites of passage within ancient cultures, people were always required to endure a period of separation from ordinary life before being reborn into a new version of themselves. They were sent into forests, deserts, caves, or darkness, not as punishment, but so the old identity could dissolve long enough for a new consciousness to emerge. Perhaps the modern soul is no different. It does not truly mature during periods when everything feels clear and comfortable. It matures during those stretches of life when a person is forced to sit inside uncertainty without being able to immediately find answers. And the greatest paradox of the night sea journey lies here. While living through it, people often believe they are losing their way in life. Yet it may actually be the first time their soul has begun moving in the right direction. If at this point you recognize that you too have passed through that strange and difficult sense of alienation, the feeling that your soul was quietly separating itself from an old life you could no longer fully understand, then perhaps leave a small like on this video. Not only to support the channel, but perhaps also as a quiet reminder to yourself that maybe you were never truly lost the way you once believed. Perhaps you are only passing through the stage where the soul must walk through darkness before it can finally recognize the path meant for it. And it is precisely within that darkness that people slowly discover a truth consciousness once tried desperately to avoid. What is rising from beneath the surface is not only emptiness, but also the buried parts of themselves that have been hidden away through years of existence. Number 3. Shadow confrontation. The parts of yourself you once rejected begin to return. Do you realize this? The more the ego tries to construct an image of who it is, the more the unconscious quietly preserves the parts of the self that consciousness lacks the courage to acknowledge. That is why deep psychological transformation has never been merely a journey toward light. At a far deeper level, it is also a confrontation with everything that has been pushed out of awareness throughout one's life. Carl Jung called this region of the psyche the shadow. Not an evil entity, as popular culture often portrays it, but the totality of all the parts of ourselves that were excluded from the image we wanted to believe about who we are. What must be understood is that no one is born with a shadow. The shadow is formed through adaptation. A child who realizes their anger makes their parents uncomfortable learns to become obedient. Someone raised in an environment where weakness is considered shameful becomes accustomed to appearing strong at all times. A person loved only for their self-sacrifice gradually learns to bury personal needs in order to maintain the image of being good. Over time, those denied aspects do not disappear. They are merely pushed into the depths of the unconscious, where they continue to exist beyond the reach of awareness, while still quietly influencing inner life. This is the central paradox of Jungian psychology. What a person remains unconscious of within themselves often returns in the form of fate. Carl Jung once wrote, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." That statement is not merely philosophical. It is an exact description of how the shadow operates. Because what is repressed does not remain still in darkness. It searches for ways to return through emotions, reactions, dreams, relationships, and even the conflicts people believe originate from the outside world. That is why a person who constantly tries to appear calm may secretly carry immense rage without realizing it. Someone who spends their entire life constructing a moral image may become unusually harsh toward the mistakes of others. A person who always sees themselves as a victim may unconsciously manipulate the emotions of those around them without any awareness of doing so. In many cases, what people hate most intensely in others is precisely the part of themselves they have refused to confront for years. Jung was deeply interested in the phenomenon of projection because he understood that the shadow rarely appears directly. It is usually first seen in others before it is recognized within oneself. A man unable to accept his own vulnerability becomes irritated by anyone who expresses emotion. A woman who denies her own ambition for power may quickly label others as selfish or controlling. Consciousness constantly tries to protect the image it wishes to maintain of itself, and so the shadow is pushed outward as an unconscious defense mechanism. Seen more deeply, confronting the shadow is ultimately the collapse of illusion about the self. A person begins to realize they are not entirely identical to the stable image consciousness once constructed. Beneath the socially accepted identity exists something far more primal, where instinct, desire, envy, the need for power, fear of abandonment, and repressed anger continue living silently like molten lava beneath the earth. Most of the time, consciousness merely stands upon that relatively stable surface and assumes everything is under control. But the deeper one moves into psychological transformation, the more cracks begin appearing in that illusion of control. That is why many people become frightened by their own reactions during this stage. They do not understand why emotions they once believed were not like them suddenly begin to surface. Some unexpectedly feel envy toward the success of their friends, despite always seeing themselves as generous people. Others realize they carry deep resentment toward their family, despite believing they had moved on long ago. Some begin feeling an urge to destroy every structure that once kept them safe for years. What frightens them is not merely the emotion itself, but the way it shakes the entire image they once believed about themselves. In ancient mythology and symbolic traditions, the hero's journey almost always involves confronting some enormous creature, a dragon, a sea monster, or a forbidden forest. Jung did not see these images as accidental. In the language of the collective unconscious, monsters often symbolize the repressed instinctual forces consciousness fears most. The hero does not truly mature by conquering the outer world, but by becoming capable of entering their own darkness without turning away in fear. And that is the difference between repression and maturity. Repression only causes the shadow to become more distorted within the unconscious. Maturity is the ability to see the darkness within oneself without allowing it to unconsciously take control. A person aware of their anger is often less dangerous than someone convinced they have never been angry at all. Someone who understands their capacity for selfishness is often more honest than someone desperately trying to preserve the image of moral perfection. Because the most dangerous aspect of the human psyche has never been darkness that is seen, but darkness operating outside awareness. Perhaps that is why Jung believed the process of individuation cannot occur until a person has passed through shadow confrontation. No one becomes whole by preserving only the beautiful parts of themselves. True wholeness requires the capacity to contain the inner contradictions consciousness once tried to separate into categories of good and evil, light and darkness, noble and shameful. Because at the deepest level of depth psychology, maturity does not mean becoming a more perfect person. It means becoming a more authentic one, fully honest with the entire structure of the soul. But the shadow does not merely change the way people see themselves. It also changes the way they connect with the world. Because when the inner self begins to grow more authentic, many relationships that once existed around the old identity slowly lose the ability to continue as they once did. Number 4. Isolation, loss, and the death of artificial relationships. Many of the most important losses in human life do not begin with conflict, betrayal, or dramatic events. They begin with the quiet withdrawal of connection. A conversation that once lasted for hours suddenly feels dull and heavy. A relationship that once made a person feel understood now creates a strange and difficult distance. Even places that once felt like home slowly begin to resemble rooms the soul no longer wishes to remain inside. And what is striking is that this change often happens long before the rational mind understands what is taking place. In Carl Jung's psychology, libido did not carry only the sexual meaning commonly associated with psychoanalysis. Jung used the term to describe the entire flow of psychic energy that human beings invest into the world, into relationships, goals, beliefs, roles, and the feeling of belonging. Which means that when a person enters a period of profound transformation, the first shift often does not occur outwardly in their life, but inwardly, in the places where their psychic energy begins either moving toward or withdrawing from. And that is precisely what makes this stage so painful, because people are not attached to others only through emotion. They are attached through the version of themselves that exists inside those relationships. A person remains in a friendship that has lasted many years, not only because of the other individual, but because of the familiar sense of self they experience around them. Someone may continue living inside an old environment, not because it truly makes them happy, but because it allows them to avoid confronting the terrifying question of who they would become if they stepped outside everything familiar. So when libido begins withdrawing from old psychological structures, what people experience is not merely a loss of connection with others. More deeply, It feels as though a part of their old identity is quietly dying alongside them. Many people entering this phase attempt to save everything through reason. They tell themselves they are simply tired, too sensitive, that if they try a little harder, the old feeling of connection will return. But psychic energy does not obey forced willpower. Jung understood clearly that libido always moves toward the places where the soul senses the possibility of growth and slowly withdraws from what survives only as an extended psychological habit. That is why some relationships do not truly end on the day people say goodbye. They ended long before that, in the moment the inner self stopped being genuinely present inside the connection. Jung once wrote, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls." Many relationships exist not entirely because of love or true resonance, but because they help people avoid confronting the emptiness within themselves. Some surround themselves constantly with social connections, not because they are genuinely close to others, but because the endless presence of people prevents them from sitting alone with their own inner world. Some relationships continue simply because both individuals fear loneliness more than they truly belong together anymore. Profound psychological transformation is often accompanied by a unique period of isolation. People begin to realize there are conversations that leave them exhausted rather than understood. Environments where they must constantly shrink themselves in order to fit in. Relationships that exist primarily around versions of themselves they no longer are. This explains why many people undergoing inner transformation feel as though their lives are gradually becoming less crowded. Not because they have become colder or more arrogant, but because the mature psyche becomes more selective in how it invests energy. Libido no longer flows toward connections sustained only by familiarity, obligation, or fear of abandonment. It begins seeking depth, authenticity, and genuine resonance between souls. In nature, autumn does not destroy the tree. It merely forces the tree to stop nourishing leaves that are no longer necessary for the survival of the coming season. From the outside, falling leaves always resemble loss, but at a deeper level, they are an act of preserving life force. The human psyche sometimes functions the same way. Before entering a new phase of life, the soul often must withdraw energy from connections that have already completed their role within the journey of inner growth. And the greatest paradox lies here. Many people believe they are losing their old life, when what is truly happening is that their psychological structure is ceasing to depend upon the things that once made them feel safe. The isolation of this stage is therefore not entirely a punishment. It is more like a transitional space where the soul begins learning how to exist without constantly clinging to connections that no longer reflect its true self. Perhaps that is why, after passing through this phase, many people begin viewing relationships through an entirely different awareness. They no longer see being surrounded by many people as proof of connection. They understand that a real relationship does not merely make a person feel less lonely. It allows the soul to exist without continuously shrinking itself in order to be kept. And if, somewhere within your own journey of growth, you too have experienced the feeling of a relationship slowly becoming unfamiliar, even though no great argument or dramatic betrayal ever occurred, then perhaps you understand that the deepest pain is not always being abandoned by someone else. Sometimes, it is the moment your soul quietly realizes that place no longer truly belongs to you. And after all that loss isolation, and dissolution, what remains is not a weaker person, but a self that has finally begun living without constantly abandoning itself. Number 5. The rebirth stage, becoming the person you were always meant to be. This is the final layer of psychological transformation that Carl Jung spent nearly his entire life exploring. After the dissolution of the persona, after the descent into the darkness of the unconscious, after confronting the shadow and withdrawing from connections that no longer resonate, a person gradually enters an entirely different state of inner existence, the state Jung called individuation. Many people imagine inner rebirth as something powerful, radiant, or exhilarating. But in reality, the first sign of this transformation is often a strange kind of peace. The peace that appears when a person finally stops fighting themselves. They no longer spend all their energy controlling how others perceive them, no longer live in a state of constantly proving their worth to feel deserving of existence. A deep stillness begins forming within, like the feeling of the earth finally ceasing to tremble after an earthquake that lasted for years. Carl Jung once wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." But that sentence can only be fully understood when people realize that becoming oneself has never been a comfortable journey. Because most of us were not raised to live authentically. We were raised to adapt, to please, to survive inside collective structures without causing disruption. And so at a certain point, many people suddenly realize that their life has been built beautifully and completely, yet their soul is nowhere reflected within it. Individuation begins at precisely that realization. In ancient alchemy, a field Jung studied deeply, gold was not created by adding something new to matter, but by gradually removing the impurities covering its true essence. Jung saw this as the perfect symbol for the human psychological process, because at its deepest level, individuation is not the process of becoming someone else. It is the process of stripping away every false identity so the most primordial self can emerge again. That is why many people who pass through profound inner transformation feel less as though they are moving forward and more as though they are returning home. They are no longer consumed by the need to endlessly redefine their worth through achievement, status, or external recognition. A kind of inner compass begins to form, allowing them to sense what genuinely aligns with their soul rather than merely fitting collective expectations. At this stage, people stop living through old psychological reflexes. In the past, they may have panicked immediately when rejected, doubted themselves whenever they were not acknowledged, or lost their inner peace because of someone else's judgment. But after moving through deep inner reconstruction, they gradually understand that the value of their existence can no longer be entirely handed over to the outside world. This does not make them cold or disconnected from humanity. On the contrary, they often become more sincere and profound in the way they exist, because for the first time in their life, they are no longer spending enormous amounts of energy maintaining an image. They can say no without drowning in guilt. They can remain silent without fearing misunderstanding. They can walk away from what no longer aligns with them without turning every separation into a war. This is a very different kind of freedom from the one the world usually celebrates. Not the freedom to do whatever one desires, but freedom from the constant need to become what others expect. In nature, trees do not try to become another species, in order to be accepted by the forest. Rivers do not change direction simply because the earth wishes them to flow elsewhere. Only human beings spend years abandoning their true nature in exchange for belonging. And perhaps that is why the journey back toward the self is always both painful and sacred. Perhaps this is the most beautiful and difficult truth of inner rebirth. People eventually realize that what they searched for their entire life was never truly success, admiration, or status in the eyes of the world. What the soul was secretly searching for all along was simply the ability to exist as itself without shame, fear, or the need for permission from anyone else. And perhaps that is the moment a person's life truly begins changing forever. The final psychological stage before a human life changes permanently is not the moment someone becomes stronger. It is the moment they can no longer continue living as their former self. Everything familiar begins losing its sense of belonging. The values that once sustained them slowly become unfamiliar. And beneath all those silent inner movements, another self is gradually being born. Carl Jung believed that the human soul is always moving toward wholeness, even when the process forces a person through their darkest and most painful phases. Honor and be grateful for everything unfolding within your life, even the pain you are carrying now, because perhaps it is not a sign that you are losing yourself, but the moment your true self is finally beginning to emerge. Have you ever wondered why, even after you have changed so much, life still quietly leads you back to the same familiar feeling? The same old anxieties, only in a new situation. The same old wounds, only wearing a different face. We often think the problem lies in the outer world, in other people, in a moment that simply has not been right enough. But Carl Jung opens a deeper way of seeing. Perhaps what is silently shaping our lives does not come only from what happens around us, but from the very parts within us we have never truly seen. And if that is true, then every outer change will remain unfinished for as long as the inner world is still left unilluminated. According to Jung, a human being is not only the conscious part that speaks, chooses, and appears each day. Behind that familiar exterior is a deeper world, where there is the mask we wear to be accepted, the shadow that holds what we do not want to claim as our own, and the emotions that have been repressed but have never truly disappeared. When those parts are not recognized, they do not remain silent. They enter our choices, our reactions, the collisions of everyday life, then quietly create the reality we imagine to be a mere accident. That is why real change does not begin with trying to twist the world into another shape, but with learning to turn inward with greater honesty, greater calm. In this video, we will enter that journey through the thought of Carl Jung. We will move through the mask, the shadow, the unconscious, the ego, symbols, crises, and the path back to a self that is deeper, more unified, more whole. If you stay until the end, you may understand why life keeps repeating the same lessons. Recognize what within you has been quietly guiding your emotions and choices, and touch a new way of seeing transformation. From there, perhaps you will stop asking only what the world is doing to you, and begin to see more clearly what within you is helping create that very world. Number 1. The world reflects the person within. There is something very subtle that determines almost the entirety of human experience. We do not look at the world only with our eyes. We look at it with our inner life as well. The same silence one person experiences as ordinary, another feels as abandonment. The same piece of feedback one person can receive, another instantly reads as rejection. The same relationship one enters with serenity, another carries into it, from the very beginning, the fear of losing it. So what hurts us is not always only what happens outside. Very often, it is the point of contact between life and some part of us that still remains unclear. That is also why the world sometimes resembles a mirror more than a wall. It does not merely appear before us, it reflects us. We often think we are living in an objective reality, but the truth is that between the world and our perception of it, there is always a layer, thin yet deep. Old memories, quiet beliefs, fears we have never named, desires we have never fully admitted. They do not always rise clearly enough for us to see them. They lie lower, quieter, yet they accompany us into every meeting, every choice, every disappointment, every hope. That is why certain things keep repeating in life, not necessarily because fate is cruel, but because within us there is still an old pattern that has not been recognized. We change people, places, jobs, ways of beginning, but if the deepest part of us still holds the same fear or the same old belief, life will very easily bring us back to the same familiar feeling. I once had an old friend named Mia. Mia was gentle, attentive, and always made others feel at ease. But in love, she moved through different relationships only to receive the same feeling each time. Waiting, uncertainty, not knowing whether she was truly being chosen. One person was too cold, another too vague, another kind enough not to leave entirely, yet not clear enough to stay with his whole heart. Later, when I looked more closely, I realized that perhaps life was not only bringing Mia to those people, it was reflecting a very old belief inside her, that love was something one had to struggle to keep, that she needed to be softer, better, more patient in order to deserve being fully loved. And then the world merely gave that belief new faces. That is Jung's perspective, both beautiful and severe. Beautiful because it shows us that life is not entirely meaningless. Severe because it forces us to stop looking only for fault outside ourselves. The person who hurt us may indeed be real. The circumstances that wounded us are real as well. But alongside that, there remains a deeper question. What part of us is meeting itself here? What part of us reads delay as rejection, distance as indifference, vagueness as familiarity? Until we ask questions like these, it is very easy to live with the feeling that we are merely being dragged along by life. But once we begin to ask, we enter another territory, the territory of consciousness, where we are no longer merely enduring life, but beginning to understand how we are participating in it. Jung had a very precise sentence for this. Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. It is not only what irritates us that reflects us. What draws us in, what hurts us, and what makes us repeat ourselves can also be a path back to who we are. We imagine we are only reacting to other people, but many times what is rising within us is an old part of ourselves that has just been touched. An old fear, an old deprivation, an old image of whether we are worthy of being loved, heard, or staying for. And if we do not see that, we will very easily call the entire experience the world, when in truth it has already passed through an inner life marked by old imprints. Imagine the soul as the surface of a deep lake. When the water trembles, the reflections upon it tremble too. The sky is still the sky, the trees are still the trees, but what we see is no longer intact. Life is the same. The world keeps passing through us, but the world we truly live with each day always passes through an inner water. If that water is full of anxiety, we will easily see danger everywhere. If it is full of deprivation, we will easily call half-hearted things precious. If it has become too accustomed to waiting, we may mistake ambiguity for depth. Not because we are weak, but because the inner world always participates in the way we feel the world, even when we are not conscious of it. And this is precisely where hope begins to open. If the outer world partly reflects the person within, then true change does not begin by trying to force everything outside to obey our wishes. It begins by becoming more honest with ourselves, to see what in us is still afraid, what is still lacking, what still believes it deserves only what is incomplete. Consciousness does not make pain disappear at once, but it keeps pain from remaining a blind labyrinth. Once we can name a pattern accurately, we begin to gain distance from it. Once we can see it, we are no longer completely ruled by it. And that is when a very quiet movement begins. We are no longer only reacting, we are able to choose. Many people think maturity means becoming stronger against the world. For Jung, maturity sometimes begins in a place far softer, looking back at oneself without running away. From there, we gradually realize that some things we thought were fate were only parts of the inner life that had never been illuminated. Some loops that seemed arranged by life itself were, in reality, old parts within us still calling us back to what is familiar. Once we see that, we no longer blame life blindly, nor do we blame ourselves cruelly. We simply begin to understand. And that understanding makes life much less heavy. There are repetitions in life that do not come only to exhaust us. They also carry a subtler meaning. That meaning lies here. Each time a familiar pain returns, life is giving us a chance to see what in us still has not been fully understood. Behind an excessively strong reaction, a sorrow that lingers too long, or a clinging we cannot name, there is often more than the event taking place before our eyes. There is also a part of the soul that has carried that feeling for a very long time, only now becoming clearer through a particular person, a particular circumstance, a particular collision. And when we look at life this way, we no longer see it as merely repeating itself in order to hurt us, but as quietly guiding us back to where everything truly began. So sometimes what is necessary is not to rush to fix what is outside, but to become still enough to notice which part of ourselves is meeting the world. Through an unhealed wound, an undissolved fear, or an old belief still silently leading the way. That recognition alone is already the beginning of a very deep change. Not loud, not dramatic, just slowly, the person within becomes clearer. And when that happens, what once kept repeating outside begins to lose its old power. Number 2, the mask that keeps you far from yourself. But if the outer world often reflects the person within, there is something even more subtle that must be seen. At times, we ourselves no longer stand near that inner person either. Not because we are deliberately false, but because over many years we have grown used to stepping into life with a face that is easier to accept, easier to love, easier to keep. And while we are busy adapting to the world, a very quiet distance also begins to form between the one who is living outwardly and the one who is still breathing inwardly. That mask usually does not arise from anything evil, but from deeply human needs. We learn to be better behaved so that we disappoint no one, stronger so that no one sees us as weak, calmer so that we may feel safe. Little by little, we remove what is too soft, hide what is too true, and keep the parts that are more easily welcomed. Over time, that adaptation becomes so natural that we call it our personality, our very self. But from that point on, a quiet exhaustion begins to appear. We may still live well, still fulfill every role correctly, yet we are no longer truly close to ourselves. In literature, Jay Gatsby is a beautiful image of that tragedy. He did not merely construct wealth, style, or glittering parties. He constructed an entirely different person, a self dazzling enough to be seen in the way he longed to be seen. The further we go, the more we realize Gatsby is not only pursuing a dream, he is living inside an image that has gradually begun to consume him. What is most painful about him is not the glamour, but the fact that his whole life has been handed over to a version of himself that must appear perfectly radiant. And that is also what is happening, more quietly, yet no less deeply, in countless ordinary lives. People do not host extravagant parties like Gatsby, but they still build an entire life around an appearance. The successful one, the kind one, the one who troubles no one, the one who is always fine, the one who always reassures others. They no longer live according to the true rhythm of the soul. They live to keep that image from collapsing. Jung called this mode of presence the persona. He wrote, "The persona is a complicated system of relations between individual consciousness and society, fittingly enough, a kind of mask. This mask, according to Jung, is not mere deception. It is a psychological structure that helps a person enter shared life, hold roles, make impressions, and adapt to society. No one can pass through life completely naked. We need a way to appear, a form through which to communicate, work, and stand in a community without falling apart. But what Jung makes very clear is this. When we become completely identified with that mask, we gradually forget that it is only one part of us, not the whole of us. And when that happens, a person begins to trade living truth for social fit. This is where Jung's thought touches modern psychology with extraordinary depth. Never before have human beings had to constantly maintain their own image as much as now. We do not simply live, we must also appear in a certain way, professional but not cold, confident but not excessive, interesting but not unsettling, successful yet still approachable. Life itself begins to look like a long sequence of subtle adjustments designed to fit the gaze of others. And when that adjustment continues for too long, we begin to love only the parts of ourselves that are welcomed. We value ourselves when we are useful, composed, bright, and tidy. Meanwhile, the tired, confused, sensitive, jealous, awkward parts are slowly pushed back into the dark. The more beautiful the persona becomes, the lonelier the person within often is. Perhaps the saddest thing is not that others misunderstand us. Sadder still is that, at some point, we begin to misunderstand ourselves as well. We think we truly need no one. when perhaps we have only grown too used to not being met. We think we are always strong, when in truth we have simply never allowed ourselves to be weak. We think we are positive, when beneath that lies a grief that has not sat down in a very long time. The mask does not destroy the person all at once. It simply leads us to live farther and farther from our own soul, while outwardly everything still looks beautiful, correct, and fine. If we need an image to understand this more clearly, imagine a house whose facade has been cared for perfectly. Fresh paint, clean doors, tidy balcony. Everyone who passes by thinks it must be a wonderful place to live. But deeper inside, there are rooms whose doors have not been opened in a long time. The air has gone stale. Some spaces remain dark because no one turns on the light. Some have begun to grow damp because the owner is afraid to look. Persona is like that facade. It is necessary. It helps us live in the world. But if we care only for the outside and forget the life within, then at some point, even we ourselves no longer feel that we are living in that house. We are merely standing outside, keeping it beautiful. That is why many people have everything others envy, yet still carry within them an emptiness that is hard to explain. Not because they are ungrateful, but because too much of their energy has been spent keeping an image alive in their place. The human soul does not only need recognition, it needs presence. It needs the right to be tired without shame, the right to feel lost without feeling like a failure, the right to be imperfect without fearing the loss of value. If a person is loved only in the parts that have already been edited and approved, it becomes very easy for them to forget what it feels like to be loved as a whole being. So what is necessary is not to throw away every role and declare that from now on, one will live authentically in some new extreme. That usually only creates another mask, louder perhaps, but no deeper. What is needed more is the ability to distinguish what is a social role and what is my true voice, what part of me I choose to use in meeting the world, and what part should no longer continue to be sacrificed just to be accepted. That clarity does not come in a day. It comes through small recognitions, very small, yet true enough that we no longer mistake the mask for the face. What you need to do is simply give yourself a few quiet minutes each day to look back at the moments when you had to tense yourself into being the right version. Recall when today you said something only so that no one would be disappointed. When you smiled while inwardly exhausted. When you stayed silent, not because you were at peace, but because you were afraid of displeasing someone. And then, within that same day, keep another moment as well, however small, when you were yourself without performing. A time you dared to say, "I'm not really okay." A minute when you stopped trying to look strong. An emotion that was acknowledged instead of pushed away. If you do that consistently, the mask will gradually loosen. Not through rebellion, but through truth. A person does not grow distant from themselves in one day, so they cannot return in a single night either. But every return begins in a very gentle moment of honesty. Honest, there are roles we have worn for too long. Honest, that there are parts of us still standing outside the door. Honest, that's what we need, is not only to be seen, but to live as a more whole human being. And from that moment, the return quietly begins. If this touches you, share your thoughts in the comments. Just one short line about a mask you once wore, or the moment you realized how far you had been living from yourself. Sometimes, Simply naming it correctly is already a beautiful step toward coming closer to who you are. Number 3. The shadow is always waiting to be seen. The moment the mask begins to crack is often also the moment something else quietly begins to appear. The part of ourselves we do not want to admit belongs to us. It is no longer only the face we show to the world, but the part we try to hide from other people's eyes, and sometimes from our own as well. Jung called this the shadow. It is not merely what is bad, nor only what is dark in a moral sense. The shadow is everything pushed outside the light of consciousness. The anger we think is ugly, the jealousy we find shameful, the weakness we feel should be denied, the hunger for power we do not dare acknowledge, the need to be loved that we keep pretending not to have. The more it is denied, the less it disappears. It only retreats deeper, waiting for another way to emerge. That is why many people live very seriously, very decently, very honorably, and yet there are moments when they suddenly react in ways even they cannot understand. A small remark touches pride, and anger erupts far beyond proportion. Someone else's success touches the most hidden place inside, and discomfort appears even while the mouth is still offering congratulations. A relationship passes through, and the urge to control, possess, or fear abandonment suddenly grows stronger than everything we usually believe about ourselves. We often think those reactions are because of the circumstances, or because I was tired today, or it was just a one-time lapse. But Jung sees more deeply. He believed that many times these are fragments of the shadow trying to step out, because what is not lived consciously will sooner or later be lived in distorted form. A follower of the channel once left a very honest comment. They wrote that they had always thought of themselves as a kind person, willing to yield, not competitive. But every time they saw a close friend achieve something they themselves longed for, a feeling would rise inside them, both sadness and irritation, followed immediately by guilt for not being good enough. What frightened them most, they said, was not the jealousy itself, but the fact that they had never before dared to call it by its true name. For many years, they had covered that feeling with prettier words: tiredness, pressure, a pang in the heart, insecurity. But the more they avoided it, the more it returned, quieter and sharper. Only when they became brave enough to admit, "Yes, I am jealous," did something very strange happen. The feeling lost some of its power. It was no longer a monster in the dark. It was just a human part, asking to be seen. That is precisely the subtle point in Jung's thought. The shadow is dangerous not simply because it is dark, but because we insist on believing we are only the light. The more we try to preserve an image of ourselves as always moral, always rational, always kind, always composed, the more easily we push down whatever does not fit that image. But what is pushed down does not vanish. It simply ceases to bear our name, then begins to appear in judgments that are too severe toward others, in recurring conflicts, in emotions that surprise even us. Jung wrote, "Everyone carries a shadow, and the less it is embodied in the individual's conscious life, the blacker and denser it is." According to Jung, what is not brought into consciousness will keep seeking another route outward, and for that very reason, any shadow that is not acknowledged will more easily govern our lives from the places we least expect. We often think the shadow contains only what is low or base, but many times the shadow also holds beautiful qualities we were once taught to deny. Some people learned early that anger is bad, so they grow up unable to set boundaries. Some were criticized whenever they shone, so they hid their gifts just to feel safe. Some were praised for being gentle, so all their fierceness is thrown into the dark. And so the shadow does not store only what we fear. It also stores the strength we have not yet dared to live. That is why facing the shadow is not about seeing ourselves as worse, but as fuller. In Jung, darkness is not simply the place of wrongdoing. It is also the storehouse of instinct, vitality, and truth that discipline, fear, or shame have pushed aside. Imagine the shadow as the basement of an old house. Everything we do not want displayed above is stored down there, while upstairs everything still appears bright and orderly. But if we keep that door locked shut, the smell of dampness will sooner or later creep upward into even the most beautiful rooms. The human soul is the same. The shadow does not damage life simply because it exists, but because we keep pretending it is not there. And then what is hidden will always try to rise, but not as truth, rather as a symptom. So from Jung's perspective, maturity is not becoming better by eliminating inconvenient parts. Maturity is having enough consciousness to realize that we are larger than the image we prefer of ourselves. A truly deep person is not someone with no jealousy, no anger, no impulsiveness. It is someone who knows those things are present within them, knows what they can do, and does not let them rule life from the shadows. Facing the shadow does not diminish us. On the contrary, it makes us less naive about ourselves, and therefore less cruel toward others. Because once we have seen our own darkness, we no longer stand so easily above the world to condemn it. This is also why the shadow so often appears through projection. Many times we react too strongly to someone else, not only because they truly are that way, but because they have touched some part of us we do not want to claim as our own. This does not mean every judgment is wrong. It only means that reactions which are too intense are often worth pausing over and examining more closely. Very possibly, what is disturbing us in another person is also touching something unresolved within ourselves. And from that question, the door into the shadow begins to open. Entering the shadow has never been a beautiful journey in any superficial sense. It requires humility because we must give up the illusion that we are only the kindest version of ourselves. It requires courage because some things make us want to turn away the very moment we see them. But it is also one of the most liberating steps, because what is seen no longer needs to break us so fiercely in unconscious moments. What is correctly named loses some of its power to control, and what is welcomed into conscious life has a chance to be transformed. Jung does not invite us to admire the darkness. He invites us to stop letting it rule from the places we refuse to see. Perhaps the most delicate lesson here lies in this: the shadow is not waiting to be praised, only to be seen. Not so that we drown in self-blame, nor so that we conclude we are darker than we imagined, but so that we may stop living in division. The more a person denies some part of themselves, the more distorted that part becomes. But when we grow calm enough to say, "This too is me," he is living inside an image that has gradually begun to consume him. What is most painful about him is not the glamour, but the fact that his whole life has been handed over to a version of himself that must appear perfectly radiant. And that is also what is happening, more quietly, yet no less deeply, in countless ordinary lives. People do not host extravagant parties like Gatsby, but they still build an entire life around an appearance, the successful one. The kind one, the one who troubles no one, the one who is always fine, the one who always reassures others. They no longer live according to the true rhythm of the soul. They live to keep that image from collapsing. Jung called this mode of presence the persona. He wrote, "The persona is a complicated system of relations between individual consciousness and society, fittingly enough, a kind of mask. This mask, according to Jung, is not mere deception. It is a psychological structure that helps a person enter shared life, hold roles, make impressions, and adapt to society. No one can pass through life completely naked. We need a way to appear, a form through which to communicate, work, and stand in a community without falling apart." But what Jung makes very clear is this: when we become completely identified with that mask, we gradually forget that it is only one part of us, not the whole of us. And when that happens, a person begins to trade living truth for social fit. This is where Jung's thought touches modern psychology with extraordinary depth. Never before have human beings had to constantly maintain their own image as much as now. We do not simply live, we must also appear in a certain way: professional, but not cold; confident, but not excessive; interesting, but not unsettling; successful, yet still approachable. Life itself begins to look like a long sequence of subtle adjustments designed to fit the gaze of others. And when that adjustment continues for too long, we begin to love only the parts of ourselves that are welcomed. We value ourselves when we are useful, composed, bright, and tidy. Meanwhile, the tired, confused, sensitive, jealous, awkward parts are slowly pushed back into the dark. The more beautiful the persona becomes, the lonelier the person within often is. Perhaps the saddest thing is not that others misunderstand us. Sadder still is that, at some point, we begin to misunderstand ourselves as well. We think we truly need no one, when perhaps we have only grown too used to not being met. We think we are always strong, when in truth we have simply never allowed ourselves to be weak. We think we are positive, when beneath that lies a grief that has not sat down in a very long time. The mask does not destroy the person all at once. It simply leads us to live farther and farther from our own soul, while outwardly everything still looks beautiful, correct, and fine. If we need an image to understand this more clearly, imagine a house whose facade has been cared for perfectly. Fresh paint, clean doors, tidy balcony. Everyone who passes by thinks it must be a wonderful place to live. But deeper inside, there are rooms whose doors have not been opened in a long time. The air has gone stale. Some spaces remain dark because no one turns on the light. Some have begun to grow damp because the owner is afraid to look. Persona is like that facade. It is necessary. It helps us live in the world. But if we care only for the outside and forget the life within, then at some point, even we ourselves no longer feel that we are living in that house. We are merely standing outside, keeping it beautiful. That is why many people have everything others envy, yet still carry within them an emptiness that is hard to explain. Not because they are ungrateful, but because too much of their energy has been spent keeping an image alive in their place. The human soul does not only need recognition, it needs presence. It needs the right to be tired without shame, the right to feel lost without feeling like a failure, the right to be imperfect without fearing the loss of value. If a person is loved only in the parts that have already been edited and approved, it becomes very easy for them to forget what it feels like to be loved as a whole being. So what is necessary is not to throw away every role and declare that from now on, one will live authentically in some new extreme. That usually only creates another mask, louder perhaps, but no deeper. What is needed more is the ability to distinguish what is a social role and what is my true voice, what part of me I choose to use in meeting the world, and what part should no longer continue to be sacrificed just to be accepted. That clarity does not come in a day. It comes through small recognitions, very small, yet true enough that we no longer mistake the mask for the face. What you need to do is simply give yourself a few quiet minutes each day to look back at the moments when you had to tense yourself into being the right version. Recall when today you said something only so that no one would be disappointed. When you smiled while inwardly exhausted. When you stayed silent, not because you were at peace, but because you were afraid of displeasing someone. And then, within that same day, keep another moment as well, however small, when you were yourself without performing. A time you dared to say, "I'm not really okay." A minute when you stopped trying to look strong. An emotion that was acknowledged instead of pushed away. If you do that consistently, the mask will gradually loosen. Not through rebellion, but through truth. A person does not grow distant from themselves in one day, so they cannot return in a single night either. But every return begins in a very gentle moment of honesty. Honest, there are roles we have worn for too long. Honest, that there are parts of us still standing outside the door. Honest, that's what we need, is not only to be seen, but to live as a more whole human being. And from that moment, the return quietly begins. If this touches you, share your thoughts in the comments. Just one short line about a mask you once wore, or the moment you realized how far you had been living from yourself. Sometimes, simply naming it correctly, is already a beautiful step toward coming closer to who you are. Number 3. The shadow is always waiting to be seen. The moment the mask begins to crack is often also the moment something else quietly begins to appear. The part of ourselves we do not want to admit belongs to us. It is no longer only the face we show to the world, but the part we try to hide from other people's eyes, and sometimes from our own as well. Jung called this the shadow. It is not merely what is bad, nor only what is dark in a moral sense. The shadow is everything pushed outside the light of consciousness. The anger we think is ugly, the jealousy we find shameful, the weakness we feel should be denied, the hunger for power we do not dare acknowledge, the need to be loved that we keep pretending not to have. The more it is denied, the less it disappears. It only retreats deeper, waiting for another way to emerge. That is why many people live very seriously, very decently, very honorably, and yet there are moments when they suddenly react in ways even they cannot understand. A small remark touches pride, and anger erupts far beyond proportion. Someone else's success touches the most hidden place inside, and discomfort appears even while the mouth is still offering congratulations. A relationship passes through, and the urge to control, possess, or fear abandonment suddenly grows stronger than everything we usually believe about ourselves. We often think those reactions are because of the circumstances, or because I was tired today, or it was just a one-time lapse. But Jung sees more deeply. He believed that many times these are fragments of the shadow trying to step out, because what is not lived consciously will sooner or later be lived in distorted form. A follower of the channel once left a very honest comment. They wrote that they had always thought of themselves as a kind person, willing to yield, not competitive. But every time they saw a close friend achieve something they themselves longed for, a feeling would rise inside them, both sadness and irritation, followed immediately by guilt for not being good enough. What frightened them most, they said, was not the jealousy itself, but the fact that they had never before dared to call it by its true name. For many years, they had covered that feeling with prettier words: tiredness, pressure, a pang in the heart, insecurity. But the more they avoided it, the more it returned, quieter and sharper. Only when they became brave enough to admit, "Yes, I am jealous," did something very strange happen. The feeling lost some of its power. It was no longer a monster in the dark. It was just a human part, asking to be seen. That is precisely the subtle point in Jung's thought. The shadow is dangerous not simply because it is dark, but because we insist on believing we are only the light. The more we try to preserve an image of ourselves as always moral, always rational, always kind, always composed, the more easily we push down whatever does not fit that image. But what is pushed down does not vanish. It simply ceases to bear our name, then begins to appear in judgments that are too severe toward others, in recurring conflicts, in emotions that surprise even us. Jung wrote, "Everyone carries a shadow, and the less it is embodied in the individual's conscious life, the blacker and denser it is." According to Jung, what is not brought into consciousness will keep seeking another route outward. And for that very reason, any shadow that is not acknowledged will more easily govern our lives from the places we least expect. We often think the shadow contains only what is low or base, but many times the shadow also holds beautiful qualities we were once taught to deny. Some people learned early that anger is bad, so they grow up unable to set boundaries. Some were criticized whenever they shone, so they hid their gifts just to feel safe. Some were praised for being gentle, so all their fierceness is thrown into the dark. And so the shadow does not store only what we fear. It also stores the strength we have not yet dared to live. That is why facing the shadow is not about seeing ourselves as worse, but as fuller. In Jung, darkness is not simply the place of wrongdoing. It is also the storehouse of instinct, vitality, and truth that discipline, fear, or shame have pushed aside. Imagine the shadow as the basement of an old house. Everything we do not want displayed above is stored down there, while upstairs everything still appears bright and orderly. But if we keep that door locked shut, the smell of dampness will sooner or later creep upward into even the most beautiful rooms. The human soul is the same. The shadow does not damage life simply because it exists, but because we keep pretending it is not there. And then what is hidden will always try to rise, but not as truth, rather as a symptom. So from Jung's perspective, maturity is not becoming better by eliminating inconvenient parts. Maturity is having enough consciousness to realize that we are larger than the image we prefer of ourselves. A truly deep person is not someone with no jealousy, no anger, no impulsiveness. It is someone who knows those things are present within them, knows what they can do, and does not let them rule life from the shadows. Facing the shadow does not diminish us. On the contrary, it makes us less naive about ourselves, and therefore less cruel toward others. Because once we have seen our own darkness, we no longer stand so easily above the world to condemn it. This is also why the shadow so often appears through projection. Many times we react too strongly to someone else, not only because they truly are that way, but because they have touched some part of us we do not want to claim as our own. This does not mean every judgment is wrong. It only means that reactions which are too intense are often worth pausing over and examining more closely. Very possibly, what is disturbing us in another person is also touching something unresolved within ourselves. And from that question, the door into the shadow begins to open. Entering the shadow has never been a beautiful journey in any superficial sense. It requires humility because we must give up the illusion that we are only the kindest version of ourselves. It requires courage because some things make us want to turn away the very moment we see them. But it is also one of the most liberating steps, because what is seen no longer needs to break us so fiercely in unconscious moments. What is correctly named loses some of its power to control, and what is welcomed into conscious life has a chance to be transformed. Jung does not invite us to admire the darkness. He invites us to stop letting it rule from the places we refuse to see. Perhaps the most delicate lesson here lies in this: the shadow is not waiting to be praised, only to be seen. Not so that we drown in self-blame, nor so that we conclude we are darker than we imagined, but so that we may stop living in division. The more a person denies some part of themselves, the more distorted that part becomes. But when we grow calm enough to say, "This too is me, even if I do not like it," a new order begins to form. Not the order of perfection, but the order of truth. And sometimes, it is only from the moment we dare to look into the part of ourselves we keep avoiding that we truly begin to move closer to a mature, whole, and profound human being. Number 4. What is repressed always finds a way back. If the shadow is always waiting to be seen, then what happens to the things we keep forcing even deeper down? There are things within the human heart that do not disappear simply because we stop mentioning them. A sorrow may be covered by busyness, an anger may be forced into silence, a wound may be hidden behind an appearance of composure. We still live, still work, still say we are fine. But in a deeper place, what has been repressed remains fully alive. It does not return with its old face, but as a lingering exhaustion, an overreaction to something small, or an emptiness that appears at the very moment when peace should have been easiest. In Greek mythology, Cassandra was the princess of Troy, the one who saw disaster coming, but whom no one believed. She knew what was approaching, spoke of it early, and yet every warning was dismissed until everything shattered. What is repressed in a human being is much like that. It has spoken for a long time, sent signals from very early on, but we often do not want to listen. We know we are hurting, but say we are only tired. We know we are angry, but tell ourselves not to overreact. And then, what we keep ignoring does not disappear at all. It simply waits for another moment to return in a stronger form. Jung viewed this with a very sharp intuition. He wrote, "But if we understand anything of the unconscious, we know that it cannot be swallowed. We also know that it is dangerous to suppress it, because the unconscious is life, and this life turns against us if suppressed, as happens in neurosis." Here, Jung is not speaking of the unconscious merely as a storehouse of forgotten things. He is speaking of it as a living part of the soul. And whatever is alive does not agree to be buried forever. It will find a way. It will speak. It will take the long road if it cannot take the direct one. It will return through dreams, through the body, through behavior, through repetitions that reason cannot explain. At precisely this point, Jung helps us understand something crucial. Repression is not resolution. It is only the postponement of a return. There is a very common misunderstanding in the way human beings treat emotion. We often think that if we do not speak it, it will weaken. If we just keep moving, it will fade on its own. If we are strong enough, it will lose its power. But very often, the opposite happens. The more an emotion is pushed down, the more it leaves the light of consciousness, and the harder it becomes to recognize. A sorrow that is never cried will not turn itself into peace. An anger that is never rightly named will not turn itself into maturity. A fear that is never acknowledged will not turn itself into courage. They simply change form. Sadness may become numbness. Anger may become sarcasm. Fear may become controlled. Hurt may become coldness. And when these distortions appear, we mistakenly believe they are our personality, our fate, or simply the way I am. From a scientific point of view, this is not only an intuition colored by philosophy. Research on thought suppression shows that when people try to push an unwanted thought out of the mind, it often returns more strongly later, along with heightened anxiety, increased distress, and a reduced sense of control over thinking. Recent reviews of emotional suppression also show that attempting to hold emotion down is linked to stronger physiological stress responses rather than actually making the emotion disappear. In other words, both Jung and modern science meet at the same point. What is forced downward does not withdraw from psychic life. It only changes its form of expression. And at times, the very effort to control too much causes what has been repressed to cling even more tightly to the nervous system, the body, and the rhythm of daily life. Perhaps everyone has experienced this in one form or another. Someone tells themselves they are completely over a breakup, but all it takes is a late message, a promise not kept, and an old anxiety suddenly rises again in full force. Someone says they are no longer angry with their family, yet in every intimate relationship, they react as if abandonment were coming, as if they would not be heard, as if they would once again have to brace themselves and take care of everything alone. Someone else spends years saying, "I'm fine," until the body begins speaking for the soul. Insomnia, heaviness in the chest, headaches, exhaustion, the inability to feel that anything truly reaches them anymore. What is repressed does not return only through thought. It returns through heartbeat, breath, muscle, through a body that has had to hold far too much that words never dared to touch. If we need an image for this, think of a locked room into which we keep stuffing things and then shutting the door. At first, the room was still closed. From the outside, everything seems tidier. But as time goes on, more and more is forced inside, and the pressure within keeps building. Eventually, the door begins to warp, the hinges begin to creak, and the wall begins to crack. What damages the room is not the fact that there are things inside it, but that too much has been forced to stay in a space no longer capable of containing it. The human soul is the same. What is repressed is not dangerous merely because it is painful or dark. It is dangerous because we keep demanding silence from it while it is still alive. And everything alive will seek a way to breathe. That is why the heart of this is not never suppress anything, as though a person should pour out every emotion without discernment. What is needed is not reckless expression, but a conscious path for emotion. A sorrow that is acknowledged is less likely to return as exhaustion. An anger that is recognized is less likely to return as bitterness. A wound that is rightly named is less likely to travel from one person to another, repeating itself through them all. What is repressed will always seek a way back, but if we are willing to open a true passage for it, it no longer needs to return as a crisis. It can pass through as an emotion, a truth, a part of life that a human being is learning how to hold. And perhaps the quietest lesson here is this: what returns does not always come to destroy us. Many times it returns because there is still some part of us that has not been allowed to live in the right way. A sorrow that has not been fully sorrowed, an anger that has not been understood, a wound that has not been acknowledged. When we stop trying only to make everything look fine on the outside and begin listening to what keeps quietly returning, the inner life begins to change. Not loudly, not mystically, simply because we no longer force the soul to stay silent for the sake of a tidy surface. And sometimes from that very moment, what once returned as fate begins to gain the chance to pass through as truth. If this part touches you, leave in the comments one thing within you that has been silent for a very long time, yet still keeps finding a way back into your life. It may be a sorrow you thought had passed, an anger that has never been called by its true name, or a wound you always try to hurry past whenever you touch it. You do not need to say much. One honest sentence is enough. Sometimes, the very moment we dare to put it into words is the moment it no longer has to return through exhausting cycles and begins instead to be heard as a real part of who we are. Number 5. The unconscious quietly writes your life. When what has been repressed keeps finding its way back, we begin to realize that perhaps what silently guides our life is not only what we know, but also what we have never truly become conscious of. Many people move through life feeling that they live entirely by reason. We often think we love because someone is suitable, withdraw because the timing is wrong, or feel afraid because the world out there truly is too unstable. But if we look long enough, we begin to notice strange repetitions in our lives. Again, we are drawn to the kind of person who once hurt us. Again, we leave something beautiful just before it has a chance to take shape. Again, we make ourselves smaller in the very place where we should have been growing. And the strange thing is that each time, it all seems perfectly reasonable. The unconscious does not lead us by shouting. It leads us to familiarity. That is why the unconscious is not some distant concept. It is in the way we read a glance, in the sensitivity we have towards silence, in the kind of safety we keep returning to, even when it is the very thing that hurts us. It is like an undercurrent beneath the water's surface, tilting the boat even when we believe we are rowing with certainty. Jung wrote, "The psychological rule says that when an inner situation is not made conscious, it happens outside, as fate. And many times, what we call fate is only an inner part that has never been brought into the light." Think of a very ordinary story. It belongs to no one alone, yet it is so familiar that many people will find their own shadow inside it. There is a person who grew up in a home where love always comes with conditions. When they are obedient, they receive tenderness. When they do things right, they receive recognition. As an adult, this person enters love looking very understanding on the outside, yet keeps being drawn toward people who make them strive harder in order to be chosen. On the surface, the story is about romance. But at a deeper level, the unconscious is rewriting an old belief. To be loved, I must first prove myself worthy. This person is not deliberately choosing pain. They are simply living according to the background music that has played for so long, it now feels like the voice of the heart. This is exactly where Jung's thought becomes both beautiful and severe. Beautiful, because it shows us that life is not as chaotic as we think. There is a hidden order moving beneath what we call randomness. Severe, because it forces us to stop assuming that we are always the completely transparent masters of our own decisions. So many times, we are merely rationalizing a movement that began from below. We call it our type, intuition, instinct, just the way I am. But behind those natural-sounding words, there may stand an entire unconscious history, a history of wounds, deprivation, longing, and ways of living that once helped us survive. The unconscious does not need to command. It only needs to make one choice look more familiar, more correct, safer than the others. Think of the unconscious as the composer of a film's background score. The character on the screen still walks, laughs, loves, rages, and makes decisions through very visible actions. But it is the music that quietly determines how the scene is felt. A room may be completely silent, but change the score, and it immediately becomes warm, threatening, sorrowful, or full of hope. The unconscious is the same. It does not always decide what event will come to us, but it profoundly shapes how we feel that event, how we interpret it, and in the end, how we answer life. Two people may pass through the same circumstance, but because their unconscious is different, the world they truly live through is different as well. For that reason, the unconscious does not write only the great choices. It also slips into the smallest details. The moment we stay silent instead of speaking, the moment we smile when inside we are already drained, the moment we step back just when we are beginning to be truly seen. It does not always pull us toward greater pain. Often, it simply keeps us with what is more familiar. And to an unhealed soul, what is familiar often exerts a stronger pull than happiness itself. Here, Jung's perspective becomes very practical. For if the unconscious can quietly write our life, then understanding the unconscious is no longer a philosophical luxury. It becomes an act essential to self-understanding. Whatever we do not become conscious of will keep operating like a hidden script. We think we are choosing from the present, but in truth, the past is choosing through our hands. We think we are only reacting to the person before us, but many times we are responding to old faces imprinted in our emotional nervous system long ago. And so, life is not written only by what happens to us, but also by what within us has been prepared to see, accept, or repeat. There is something deeply worth pondering. The unconscious rarely appears where we have prepared for it. It reveals itself in the moments that catch us off guard, a discomfort out of proportion to what happened. An old fear rising inside a completely new scene. A strange hesitation before something we say we want. A powerful attraction toward the kind of person reason already knows is not good for us. These moments often confuse us, even shame us. But it is precisely there that the unconscious is letting us glimpse its handwriting. It does not say, "This is your wound," or "This is your old belief." It simply creates a pull, a sway, a repetition. And if we do not pause to read it, we will continue living with the feeling that our lives keep drifting into the same place. So what is needed is not to suspect every feeling or turn ourselves into someone who overanalyzes everything. What is needed more is to learn how to listen for patterns. What keeps repeating in my life? In what kind of situation do I always make myself smaller? What always makes me feel I must strive harder in order to deserve what I want? What in me keeps reacting with an old, almost familiar intensity? These questions are not here to make life heavier. They are here to bring light into places that have long been governed only by habit. For the unconscious has absolute power only while it remains unnamed. What you need to do is simply begin observing your life the way you would observe a draft filled with repeated lines. Do not look only at the event. Look at the pattern. Do not ask only, "What happened?" but also try asking, "What in me tends to come alive in situations like this?" Perhaps each night, spend a few minutes writing down one reaction that felt familiar. What were you afraid of? What did you believe? What were you waiting for in that moment? No judgment. No need to fix it right away. Just look. Because many times, the moment life begins to change direction is not when we become stronger, but when we are finally able to read the handwriting that has been quietly writing us from within. And then there will come a moment when we understand that what hurts us is not only what comes from the world. Many times, it is also the way the unconscious keeps leading us into the world with the same old map. Yet it is precisely here that a very beautiful possibility opens. When that map gradually becomes conscious, the road also begins to change. Not because we force life to become different, but because we no longer keep walking through it with the same unilluminated part of ourselves. Once the unconscious is no longer the hidden writer, life finally has a chance to be written again with greater freedom. Number 6. The ego is not the ultimate center. At the moment, we begin to realize that our lives are not guided only by what can be seen. Another truth also slowly comes into view. The ego is not the ultimate center of the human being. We often live as though the I that thinks, chooses, and reacts each day is our entire self. We believe that what we see is the whole picture. What we want is the deepest truth, and what we fear is the most trustworthy thing within us. But Jung places a very clear limit here. He does not deny the role of the ego. On the contrary, he sees it as the center of consciousness, the necessary point of reference by which a person orients themselves in life. Yet he also says very clearly that this I is not the whole person. In Aion, Jung writes, "The ego is part of the personality, but not the whole of it." Elsewhere, he further emphasizes that the ego knows only its own contents, not the full extent of the unconscious and all that lies beyond the illuminated field of awareness. A story in the Bible evokes this beautifully: the story of Jonah. Jonah is called to go to Nineveh, yet he runs in the opposite direction. He does not want to move towards something greater than himself. He does not want to receive a command that unsettles his logic, his prejudice, and his own personal will. So he boards a ship, flees, encounters a storm, is cast into the sea, and remains in the belly of a great fish for 3 days and 3 nights before returning to the path he had tried to refuse. According to the biblical text, Jonah truly fled from his calling, and then the storm and the great fish became the turning point that forced him to face what he had been avoiding. If we read that story through Jung's eyes, Jonah is not only a religious figure disobeying a command. He is also an image of the human being when the ego wants to decide for itself which path is most reasonable, safest, and most emotionally acceptable. But there are times in life when what is calling us does not come from the ego. It comes from a deeper, wider center, one that asks us to step beyond the familiar image we hold of ourselves. The ego does not like that. It prefers what is certain, what is easy to control, what lets it feel that it is still in charge. And so it often names that deeper call as trouble, instability, or bad timing. It resists not because it is evil, but because it is not the ultimate center. So it fears whatever lies beyond its scope. This is also where Jung distinguishes between the ego and the self. For him, the ego is the center of consciousness, while the self is the wider center of the entire psyche, including both consciousness and the unconscious. When a person lives only from the ego, they tend to narrow their life down to what they already know about themselves. They choose only what fits their current self-image. They believe only what does not disturb their familiar sense of identity. They listen only to what makes them feel strong, right, and justified. But real maturity, according to Jung, is not making the ego so powerful that it dominates everything. It is restoring the ego to its rightful place. Important, but not supreme, necessary, but not the whole. This is a very deep point in this theme. Think like this, and the world will bend for you, if understood through Jung, does not mean using the ego to command the world. It does not mean that if one becomes stronger, more controlling, more self-assertive, life will automatically open the way. For Jung, The world begins to change when a person stops identifying completely with their narrow little self. When the ego stops believing it is the king of the whole soul, another order begins to reveal itself. We react less. We defend ourselves less. We need things to match the image we have built far less. And from there, life no longer keeps crashing into the cramped limits of the ego. Many people still mistake ego for strength, but very often, a strong ego is only a frightened ego wearing heavier armor. It needs to be right, so it does not feel insecure. It needs recognition, so it does not feel small. It needs control, so it does not have to face the unknown. It needs to preserve its image, so it does not have to touch the more fragile parts within. That is why some people appear so certain, yet one dissenting word is enough to shake them. Some must win every conversation, not because they are truly strong, but because they cannot bear the feeling of not being the center. Some cannot accept life's uncertainty, so they turn every relationship into a place of control, every choice into a place to prove themselves, and every wound into evidence that the world is against them. Imagine the ego as the one steering a boat on the nighttime sea. The helmsman is important. He holds the wheel, watches the water, and decides the immediate direction. But it would be dangerous if the helmsman believed he himself was also the ocean, the sky, the currents, the entire map of the journey. The ego is the same. It is needed for orientation. But if it imagines it is the whole, it will make decisions only from the very small portion it can see. And the unseen part, the greater part, the deeper part of the soul, will be regarded by it as a threat rather than a source of guidance. Once we understand this, we also begin to understand why so many of our most me decisions often lead into dead ends. Because not everything that feels right to the ego is right for the deeper life of the soul. There are things the ego wants to keep, but the soul no longer has room for them. There are things the ego calls safe, but in truth, they are only familiar. There are things the ego sees as failure, but they are in fact the very road that forces us to grow. And there are times when the healthiest thing we can do is not to force life to obey our will, but to become humble enough to ask, in this situation, what part of me is speaking? Is it only the ego defending itself? Or is there a deeper truth trying to guide the way? This difference changes the entire way we live. When the ego is the absolute center, we live in defense. We need others to validate us. We need life to go our way. We need whatever happens to prove that we were not wrong. But when the ego gradually returns to its proper place, we begin to listen rather than merely impose. We begin to distinguish between what we want and what truly accords with our deeper nature. We begin to understand that when life does not indulge the ego, it is not always because life is against us, but because it may be saving us from things too small for the person we are capable of becoming. And perhaps the most practical meaning of this section lies there. The ego is not the enemy, but neither is it the final king. It must be used, not worshipped. When the I no longer has to hold all the power in the soul, we become far less exhausted, less compelled to prove, less compelled to control, less compelled to keep our image forever intact. We begin to live not from the need to be the center, but from the capacity to stand in the right place within a life larger than ourselves. And sometimes, it is precisely from the moment the ego knows how to step back that a person truly moves closer to what is deepest, truest, and most enduring within themselves. Number 7. Symbol is the language of the soul. And when the ego no longer sees itself as the ultimate center, another door also begins to open. We gradually realize that a human being is not guided only by thoughts, arguments, or conscious decisions. There is a deeper layer in the soul that is always speaking, only it rarely speaks in ordinary language. It does not argue. It does not explain at length. It sends us images, dreams, symbols that return very quietly, yet remain with us for a very long time. And often, precisely where reason no longer has enough words, the soul begins to speak in its own way. There are things within us that cannot be fully expressed in a few clear sentences. We may say we are sad, but there are sorrows deeper than the word sad. We may say we are lost, but there are times when the inner world is not merely lost, but feels as though we are standing before a door and do not know where it opens. It is in such regions that the symbol appears. A river, a house, a key, a dark forest, a child, a fire. Jung writes, "Thus a word or an image is symbolic when it implies something more than its obvious and immediate meaning. In other words, a symbol always carries more than what the eye can see and more than what reason can immediately grasp. That is why the symbol is not something distant or belonging only to myth. It lives very close to ordinary life. It appears in a dream that has repeated for years, in an image that inexplicably haunts us, in a strong feeling toward an old house, a bridge, a closed door, or a long receding road. We often think these are only vague associations. But for Jung, symbols are a natural language of the soul, especially when what lies within is too deep, too ambiguous, or too alive to be expressed through simple concepts. Man and His Symbols was written by Jung as an explanation for general readers of precisely that relationship between the human being and symbol in this spirit. At a workshop, I once met a man named James. Outwardly, he seemed the steady type, calm in speech, neatly dressed, his face revealing almost no visible disturbance. Throughout the session, he listened intently but spoke very little. During a small exercise, we invited everyone to close their eyes for a few minutes and write down the first image that arose when they thought about their life at that moment. James wrote exactly one sentence: "A beautiful house, but all the windows are shut." When invited to share, he remained silent for a long time before saying that he did not understand why that image had appeared, only that it unsettled him. Because outwardly, his life really was beautiful. A good job, a stable family, no major crisis. But the longer he looked at what he had written, the more he felt that it was true in a way he could not avoid. Later, he added that he had spent many years living in a state where everything was fine, yet he no longer felt that anything truly touched him anymore. What first opened that truth was not a long analysis, but a symbol. This is where Jung becomes so profound. He distinguishes very clearly between a sign and a symbol. A sign points to a known meaning. A symbol always opens into a deeper dimension where consciousness cannot yet fully speak. That is why a symbol does not come to be solved like a problem with a single answer. It comes to be lived with, listened to, and allowed to touch the deeper regions of the soul. Water in a dream may be the fear of being overwhelmed, but it may also be emotion needing to flow, or a depth we have not dared descend into for a very long time. A house may be a memory, the self, the inner life, a place of refuge, or a place whose doors no one has opened in years. Precisely because a symbol does not have one fixed meaning, it is able to live alongside the soul. If we need a comparison to understand this more easily, think of a symbol as moonlight falling across the surface of a lake. We cannot hold it in our hands, nor can we imprison it inside a single definition. Yet, it is undeniably there. It stirs the water, reveals the depth, lets us see what daylight does not clearly show. Symbols are like that. It does not go straight into the mind like an announcement. It circles through image, feeling, association, then touches the place within us that is deeper than the part trying to analyze. And often, precisely because it is not immediately clear, it slows us down, makes us more attentive, more truthful with ourselves. This is also why many people, the more they live only by reason, the more they feel inwardly dried out. Not because reason is at fault. Reason is essential. But reason is only skillful with what can be classified, arranged, and defined. The soul does not always move that way. It lives in regions of layered meaning, where one image can contain fear, hope, memory, and an invitation into another phase of life all at once. Jung believed that a symbol has a wider unconscious aspect that reason cannot fully explain. And perhaps it is precisely because it cannot be completely explained that the symbol has such power to awaken us. From there, this section also becomes very practical, because learning to listen to symbols does not mean becoming more vague. On the contrary, it helps us read more clearly what is happening within. When an image keeps returning in dreams, imagination, or a feeling difficult to name, do not rush to dismiss it, but do not rush to interpret it either. Hold it for a while, write it down. Look at it the way you would look at a letter not yet fully opened. Ask yourself what it makes you feel, what it evokes, what region of your life it is touching at this moment. Sometimes that alone is enough for something very deep to begin unfolding. And this is also how this section connects with the spirit of the entire journey. Think like this in the Jungian spirit does not mean using willpower to force life to obey. It means learning to live from an inner life that knows how to listen to its own deeper layers. And those deeper layers rarely speak in commands. They speak in symbols. A person who ignores that language will easily live only on the surface. But someone quiet enough to listen will gradually enter a life that is deeper, truer, and less divided from their own soul. Thank you for walking nearly halfway through this journey. And before we go further, pause for a second and listen honestly. What image has quietly stayed with you for a long time, yet you still do not truly understand what it is trying to say? If you wish, tell us in the comments what symbol, dream, or image has lingered with you the longest. Sometimes, the very moment we put it into words is also the moment the soul begins to speak more clearly. Number 8. Crisis is the doorway to awakening. Yet when the soul has begun to speak through symbols, the journey does not always become lighter. There are phases when the deeper one goes within, the more one feels as though standing in a trembling landscape. The things that once supported us suddenly stop working. The old answers no longer carry enough power to reassure. A familiar way of living gradually becomes too narrow, yet the new form has not yet clearly emerged. And it is precisely in that in-between region that the crisis appears. Not loudly, the way the world often imagines it, but like a quiet breaking apart of everything that has for too long ceased to be true to the soul. Crisis frightens people because it takes away the sense of control. It makes what was once familiar become fragile. It leaves us unable to stand firmly inside our old definitions of self. But in Jung's depth psychology, crisis is not always merely a sign of collapse. Many times, it is the moment when an old inner structure is no longer sufficient to contain what is trying to be born. It is the point at which we can no longer go on living as before, even though we still do not know how to live otherwise. And for that reason, a crisis is both painful and awakening. It forces us to look at what, while life was still smooth, we could have kept walking past. A haunting image of this appears in the American novel The Bell Jar by Sylvia Plath. Esther Greenwood seems to be standing before many promising opportunities. Everything outwardly appears to be going in the right direction, yet inwardly she is slowly slipping into a darkness she cannot name. What makes that story strike so deeply is not only Esther's suffering, but the very familiar feeling of a human being trapped between outward image and inward truth. Everything around her may still look full of promise, yet something within her can no longer endure the old way of living. The crisis here is not merely a psychological fall. It is the moment when the definitions that once helped her survive are no longer enough to let her live truthfully. And that is also what happens to many people in real life. They do not necessarily collapse in the middle of some dramatic catastrophe. They simply begin to feel that they can no longer breathe inside the very form of life that was once called fine. Jung never treated suffering as noble in itself, but he saw a very deep truth. Human beings rarely arrive at consciousness through comfort. He wrote, "Seldom or perhaps never does a marriage develop into an individual relationship smoothly and without crises. There is no coming to consciousness without pain." What he touches here is not only a crisis in a relationship, but a broader law of the inner life. Sometimes, only when the old begins to crack, does a person become truly compelled to look again at themselves. Pain is not the destination, but it is often the signal that something within us has reached the point where it can no longer continue living in the old way. Perhaps this is where the crisis is so often misunderstood. People see chaos on the surface and think the whole event is only a dark passage to be crossed as quickly as possible. But many times, a crisis is not simply a dark passage. It is like the moment when a house must be repaired from its foundations. When one merely repaints the walls, everything remains tidy and attractive. But when the foundation has cracked, the whole house must be broken open. Dust will fly. Belongings will be displaced. The things that once covered the decay inside will be stripped away. If seen only from the outside, it looks like damage. But seen more deeply, it may be the only moment in which the house can still be saved from collapse. The human soul is the same. There are periods in life when what is happening is not total ruin, but a painful repair of the foundation. From Jung's point of view, the ego fears this stage deeply because the ego loves continuity. It wants to preserve the familiar image of the self intact. It wants everything to remain as before, because the familiar always feels safe. But the self, the deeper center of the whole psyche in Jung's thought, does not always obey the ego. There are times when growth requires a person to leave behind their old definition of who they are, to stop living by the old role, to stop clinging to the old belief, to stop loving in the old way, to stop enduring the old way. And when that shift begins, the ego feels as though it is losing something, when in truth, at a deeper level, What is being lost may simply be what is no longer real. That is why so many people truly change only after a period they once thought meant, "My life has fallen apart." A breakdown forces them to stop pretending they are not in pain. A collapse from exhaustion leaves them unable to go on, believing that their value lies only in always being strong. A long emptiness compels them to face the fact that achievement cannot save the soul. Such experiences are severe. No one needs to seek them out. But if they have already come, then perhaps what matters is not only trying to crawl out of the darkness as fast as possible, but becoming slow enough to ask, what in me is dying, and what in me is trying to be born? One of the most familiar reactions in a crisis is the urgent wish to go back to normal. We want the old rhythm back, the old image back, the old productivity back, the old feeling back. We want to repair the surface quickly so we do not have to look deeper. But perhaps going back to how it was is not always what is healing. There are times when returning intact to the old way of life is precisely what would make us miss the doorway that crisis is opening. Because a crisis does not ask only how we can go on living. It asks how much longer we still want to live in the old way. So in such times, what is most needed is sometimes not forcing ourselves to be clear-headed at once. Nor is it trying to find some beautiful lesson too quickly in order to soothe ourselves. What is needed more is a slow and truthful presence. Truthful enough to admit that we are tired. Truthful enough not to call pain weakness. Truthful enough to stop forcing ourselves to be fine for the sake of the world's approval. While the crisis is still unfolding, we do not need to understand all of it. We only need not betray the reality of our experience by covering it over with words that come too quickly. If you want to move through this stage with more consciousness, you can begin with something very small. Give yourself a short space of quiet and write down 3 things. What in your life truly cannot continue as it has been? What in you has been tired for a very long time? And what you are still trying to hold on to only because you are afraid of losing the familiar image of yourself. You do not need to write beautifully. You do not need to write correctly. You only need to write truthfully. Sometimes, it is precisely from those trembling lines that a new direction begins to appear. And then perhaps, after all of this, we will understand the crisis in another way. Not as punishment, and not merely as a black period to forget, but as a difficult threshold through which a person is forced to leave behind part of an old life in order to come closer to what is truer within them. It does not promise comfort. It does not promise immediate clarity. But if it is passed through with enough honesty, it can become the moment we stop living by form and begin living by depth. Number 9. Face the darkness to reclaim your power. The truth is, after we have seen our own darkness, the hardest part is still not recognizing that it exists, but daring to return and face it long enough that it no longer controls us. Many people can accept that within them there is anger, jealousy, weakness, fear, a hunger for power, or a need to be loved so deeply it becomes dependence. But knowing that is one thing, staying with it is another. Because facing darkness is not only seeing the part of ourselves we dislike. It is accepted that the very place we once wanted to turn away from is holding a part of our power that has been locked away for a very long time. In one Jungian-oriented therapy session, I once met a woman in her 30s named Julia. My first impression of her was a nearly flawless composure. She spoke clearly, her gaze was steady, and the way she sat so upright, as if she did not want to reveal even the smallest opening. Julia said that all her life she had been the one who could carry it, the one who never troubled anyone, the one who was very rational, very strong. But what brought her to therapy was not some dramatic event. It was a feeling of inward depletion. She found herself growing more irritable over small things, more impatient with loved ones, and especially disturbed by anyone she considered weak, self-pitying, or too needy for attention. She spoke of such people with a faint contempt, as though they were exactly the kind of person she never wanted to become. But the deeper she went, the more Julia realized that what she hated in others was not only weakness, but the weakness within herself that had been hidden away very early. She had grown up with the belief that to be loved, she had to be strong, self-sufficient, and never become a burden to anyone. So she became a person who was always very fine, but the price of that fineness was that a deeply human part of her had been left behind. And then every softness she would not permit in herself began returning in the form of judgment toward others. What she called hatred was in truth a part of the soul being refused. This too is a very deep point in Jung. The shadow does not store only what we judge as bad. It also keeps the living energy that has been pushed out of consciousness. A person who always tries to appear kind may have buried anger, and with it the ability to set boundaries. A person who always tries to appear strong may have buried softness, and with it the capacity for genuine intimacy. So facing darkness is not about becoming worse in our own eyes, but about reclaiming the parts of our strength that were lost only because we did not dare to call them by their true names. Jung has a very famous line that touches the center of this directly. One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. He speaks of inner growth not as a journey of gazing only at the bright parts, but as a process of bringing darkness into consciousness so it no longer rules from below. This may sound heavy, but in truth, it is very real, because any dark part that is not acknowledged will always consume our energy. It makes us overreact, defend too quickly, feel exhausted for reasons we cannot explain, or repeat the same patterns of collision while still believing the fault lies entirely outside us. By contrast, when a dark part is seen and held in consciousness, it no longer has to take the long way around. It no longer needs to pound at the door through rage, jealousy, or groundless feelings of threat. It can become something useful. Anger, rightly understood, can turn into boundaries. Jealousy, rightly understood, can reveal what we truly long for. Fear, rightly understood, can show us where within we still need protection. Darkness does not disappear. It changes roles. From the destroyer, it becomes the deepest source of information about the soul. Imagine a village with a beast locked in the cellar for many years. The longer it is imprisoned, the more ferocious it becomes in everyone's imagination. The slightest sound terrifies them. Every darkness is attributed to it, but no one has enough courage to open the door and see what it truly is. Then one day, when someone descends with a lamp in hand, they discover that what was thought to be a monster is both frightening and pitiable. It has grown thin from being starved, violent from being caged too long, and much of its strength has turned into panic, because no one ever learned how to live with it. The darkness in a human being is the same. It becomes far more terrifying when it exists only in the imagination of denial. Once brought into the light of consciousness, it begins to lose its appearance of omnipotence. There is something very striking in psychological life. Wherever we react most violently, there is often some locked energy being held. A person who intensely hates weakness may be exhausted because they have never allowed themselves softness. A person who intensely hates being controlled may carry a profound desire to control that they do not want to admit. A person who constantly despises dependence may be starving for love in ways they dare not face. Facing darkness does not mean agreeing with every impulse. It means refusing to let those impulses continue as a nameless force. For what is nameless always has greater power than what has been rightly named. From a Jungian perspective, reclaiming power does not happen by eliminating darkness, but by establishing a relationship with it. Which means that instead of asking only, "How do I stop being angry, jealous, afraid, weak?" a person begins to ask, "What part of me is living through this emotion? What is it trying to protect? How long ago was it abandoned? What kind of energy is it holding that I need to learn to bring into consciousness?" Those questions completely change our position before darkness. We no longer stand at the cellar door throwing stones downward. We begin to descend with a lamp. That may be what many people do not yet realize. We do not lose power when we face darkness. We lose power when we spend too much energy trying to escape it. By running from our anger, we lose the ability to say no. By running from our need to be loved, we lose the ability to be truly close. By running from jealousy, we lose the clue to what our heart genuinely wants. By running from fear, we lose the chance to protect what is fragile in us with maturity. Darkness not only takes peace away, it also holds back the capacities we need in order to become a more whole human being. So reclaiming power does not begin by trying to appear brighter. It begins by no longer starving the parts of ourselves we do not like. When a person grows calm enough to say, "Yes, there is anger in me. Yes, there is jealousy in me. Yes, I too want to be loved. Yes, I too am afraid," they do not become smaller. They begin to become more real. And in Jung's depth psychology, only truth can release the energy locked inside darkness. Perhaps what we avoid most is not only the thing that makes us weaker, but also the place that stores a form of strength we have not yet learned how to use correctly. When we dare to return and look into darkness instead of merely defending ourselves against it, we no longer have to live in a quiet inner civil war. We become less judgmental, less prone to overreaction, and most importantly, less divided from ourselves. And when a person is no longer being torn apart by the parts they have denied, they begin to gain the ability to do what once seemed impossible, to integrate the opposites within and live with greater depth. That, too, is where the next stage of the journey begins. Number 10. Integrating the opposing sides within you. With Julia, everything only truly began when she no longer saw this journey as a war between the good part and the bad part within herself. After seeing the weakness she had once despised, the anger she had once feared, and the longing to be loved that for so long she had felt ashamed of, she crossed into another threshold, deeper still, learning not to keep splitting herself in two. Because sometimes what causes human beings pain is not only the denied darkness, but the fact that they keep thinking they must choose one half of themselves in order to be at peace. Julia had lived as though she had only two choices, either strong or fragile, either in control or shattered, either the understanding one or the one with too many needs. That way of living made her look steady, but inwardly she was always tense. Because any person forced to live with only half of themselves will eventually grow exhausted. The more she tried to be one consistent kind of person, the more the other part kept pulling her back through irritability, depletion, and wordless emptiness. Here, Jung does not invite a person to become free of contradiction. He does not believe wholeness comes from cutting away the things in us that stand in opposition. On the contrary, he sees in that very confrontation a deeply important possibility for growth. Wholeness is not achieved by cutting off a portion of one's being, but by integration of the contraries. Behind that sentence is an entire, far-reaching vision of the life of the soul. For Jung, a person does not grow by keeping only the parts they like and pushing the rest aside. The soul lives through the tension between opposites, reason and feeling, firmness and softness, independence and attachment, light and shadow. The problem is not that a contradiction exists within us. The problem is whether we are wide enough inside for those contradictions to stop living as two opposing battle lines. Academic studies of Jung also emphasize that he saw consciousness as a developmental process shaped through differentiation and the holding together of psychological opposites. Once Julia began to understand that, she no longer looked at anger as a kind of moral decline. She began to see something else within it: boundaries. For years, she had been proud of how patient she was, how much she could endure, how much she could think of others. But behind that patience was a person who did not know how to protect the softest part of herself. She also stopped seeing the need to be loved as a sign of weakness. She began to see it as something profoundly human, profoundly real, only long forced into silence so that the image of strength would not crack. What changed was not that she became someone else. What changed was that she stopped forcing herself to be only one kind of person. Perhaps this is one of the hardest steps on the inner journey. Seeing the shadow is already difficult, but allowing darkness and light to exist within one life without continuing to cancel each other out is harder still, because the ego always wants simple clarity. It likes neat answers. I am a strong person. I am a good person. I am rational. I am not that kind of person. But the soul does not live by such comfortable labels. The soul is deeper, more complex, and also more true. It forces us to accept that we can be both kind and angry, both capable and in need of support, both bright and shadowed, both loving and still able to say no. If you need an image to understand this, think of a string on an instrument. A string that hangs too loosely will make no sound, but a string pulled too tight will snap. Music appears only when there is just enough tension between two opposing ends for vibration to arise. Human beings are the same. We do not grow by eliminating contradiction, but by learning how to hold a conscious tension between opposing parts within ourselves. It is from that point that a new rhythm begins to form. So much suffering in life comes from being thrown constantly from one extreme to the other. When too tired, we want to cut off every connection. When too hungry for love, we forget ourselves. When hurt, we either harden completely or fall apart completely. When a person lives from a soul split in two, deep stability becomes very difficult. They may be very strong one moment, very weak the next, very loving one moment, very cold the next, very understanding one moment, then suddenly breaking down over something very small. Not because they are naturally unbalanced, but because within them, the opposites have never been allowed to meet inside a deeper order. Julia began to change, not in grand moments, but in small gestures. She learned to recognize when she was tensing herself only so she would not feel weak. She learned to say, "I'm tired," before that tiredness turned into irritation. She learned to receive help without feeling diminished by it. She learned to let anger be present without turning it into cruelty. She learned to hold boundaries without wrapping herself in coldness. These things sound small, but for someone who has lived too long at one extreme, they are a very deep shift. Because what is happening is not just a change in behavior, it is the inner reordering of an entire way of living. This is exactly where this part touches the spirit of the whole journey. Think like this, in Jung's deeper sense, does not mean thinking more forcefully, so the world must change according to our will. It means becoming a person whose inner life is wide enough that unresolved opposites no longer drag them back and forth. A person who lives only at one pole will always pay the price through the other. The one who wants only strength will be pulled backwards by softness. The one who wants only peace will eventually meet the anger that has never been understood. The one who wants only light will be quietly undermined by darkness. But when these opposing parts begin to be held within one life, the outer world stops colliding with us in the old way. We become less extreme, less reactive, less compelled to prove. And from there, life itself begins to change its tone. There is a beautiful form of maturity that happens here. We stop asking, which part of me is the right one? And begin asking, how can these parts coexist without destroying each other? We stop trying to be only the strong one, the good one, the bright one, the rational one. We begin to understand that we can be soft without being weak, needy without losing dignity, loving toward others without abandoning ourselves. Wholeness does not lie in the absence of contradiction. It lies in no longer having to live as an inner battlefield. In daily life, this can begin very simply. If you are always the one who endures, try giving honesty a place that is just enough. If you are always strong, try allowing yourself one truthful sentence that says, "You are not really okay today." If you are always the one who gives, try receiving without feeling indebted. If you are always controlling, try staying a little longer with uncertainty, without rushing to cover it up with your old reflex. What you need to do is not transform your entire self overnight. Simply notice which pole you have been living in for too long, then open a small space for the other side to enter. Integration often begins in that quiet way. Number 11. Listening to the call from the deeper layers of consciousness. And when a person is no longer trying only to keep themselves inside one familiar shape, they begin to hear something else, much deeper, not the noise of the world, but a very quiet call from within. We can still live our role perfectly and yet feel that some part of us is growing increasingly unfamiliar. We still go to work, fulfill responsibilities, say reasonable things, and maintain a rhythm of life that anyone looking from the outside would call fine. But somewhere deeper, there is a feeling, hard to name, that we may be moving correctly in many ways, but not necessarily moving closer. Closer to the truest part of ourselves. Closer to what still gives the soul vitality. Closer to a direction of life where, inwardly, we do not have to keep persuading ourselves to stay. And the call from the deeper layers of consciousness often begins in that very slight misalignment. It does not come as a clear command. It comes as a quiet urging, a restlessness that does not dissolve, a feeling that if we keep going on exactly as before, we will slowly disappear inside our own life. What is subtle is that this deeper layer does not always speak in the language of reason. It does not argue, does not present itself as a thesis, does not hand us a finished action plan. It speaks through what lasts longer than immediate logic, an image that keeps returning, a dream that stays long after waking, an inexplicable pull toward a certain path, or a vague sadness that appears precisely when everything outwardly is still fine. Jung saw this clearly. The deepest part of the soul is not only where darkness is stored, it is also where light, direction, and unrealized potential may be held. A beautiful example of this can be suggested through the journey of Audra McDonald, a major figure in American theater. Britannica recognizes her as the first Broadway performer to win 6 Tony Awards for acting, and in conversation with PBS American Masters, she spoke of the road to New York and Juilliard as a direction that had lived inside her very early on. What moves us here is not only the success of a stage artist. What moves us is a quiet fidelity to something heard within, even when that inner call cannot always be fully explained by the most practical standards. Some paths begin not because we have calculated every possibility, but because somewhere very deep, we know we must move in that direction if we do not want to betray what is most alive in us. Jung wrote, "The unconscious is not just evil by nature, it is also the source of the highest good, not only dark, but also light." Behind that sentence lies a radically different way of seeing the inner life. The deeper layers of consciousness are not only a place to be repaired or guarded against. They are also a place that can guide us, not through ready-made answers, but through a kind of knowing deeper than the ego. For that reason, listening to the inner call is not the same as chasing every vague feeling. It is learning to respect the capacity for direction that comes from a part wider than everyday reason, a part that sees what the busy eye has not yet had time to see. When Jung says the unconscious is also a source of the highest good, he is reminding us that the deepest part of us does not carry only chaos. It also carries the seed of meaning. Perhaps that is why many people only truly begin to hear this call when the surface of life is functioning very well. No great catastrophe, no obvious collapse, only a gradual drying out from within, a feeling that one is still able to do everything, yet no longer truly present in what one is doing. A job that is not exactly wrong, yet makes the soul quieter and quieter. A relationship that is not exactly broken, yet causes the deepest part of us to contract little by little. At such times, the ego usually wants to repair things quickly with a new goal, a new achievement, a new rhythm of living. The deeper layers of consciousness often do the opposite. They do not let us remain fully at peace with the old way of life. If you need an image to understand this, think of the inner call as the sound of a violin coming from a room at the end of a hallway. At the near end of the hallway, the sound is very faint. Outside, there is also conversation, doors opening and closing, footsteps, traffic, and the noise of everything happening on the surface. One could easily say there is nothing noteworthy there at all. But if you stand still a little longer, you begin to realize that a melody is moving through all that noise. It is not louder than the world, but it is more enduring. And the closer you move toward it, the more you realize that perhaps what you need is not more sound, but less distraction, so you can hear more clearly. The deeper layers of consciousness are like that. They rarely shout. They are usually only quiet enough that only those who truly want to hear can hear them. The hardest thing here is that the soul's true call rarely arrives in the form of a completed decision. It comes first as a vibration, an image, a feeling that you no longer belong where you are standing, a very slight coming alive when you touch something you have not yet dared to believe is important. That is why many people miss it, not because they lack depth, but because they are too used to trusting only what can be explained immediately. But there are things in life that, if we wait until reason can present all the evidence before we begin listening, the most living part of us will have been left in silence too long. Jung does not advise us to kneel before every impulse. He only reminds us not to treat the inner depths as though they are wholly untrustworthy. In daily life, this listening can begin very small, by noticing what keeps returning in you in the form of a question. Which image stays with you for a very long time? What makes your heart flare to life? Then is immediately silenced by reason with the word impractical. Is there any place you keep entering where something inside you goes dry, even though nobody else sees anything wrong? Is there something you still have not done, not because you do not want it, but because doing it would force you to admit a deeper truth about yourself? Listening to the deeper layers of consciousness does not mean abandoning everything to chase a moment of impulse. It means stopping the betrayal of something you have known very deeply, yet have not been quiet enough to face. And perhaps that is the beautiful still point of this stage. People are not always lost because they lack answers. Many times, they are lost because for too long, they have no longer been able to hear their own voice in its deepest register. But once they begin to hear it again, even very faintly, another order begins to form. Not loudly, not mystically in any shallow sense. Only this: we no longer walk entirely by the inertia of what the surface demands. We begin to walk with something deeper, truer, and more enduring than the noise outside. If you think this video may speak to someone quietly moving through deep inner shifts, share it with them. Sometimes, something sent at the right moment can become a very gentle way for someone to begin listening to themselves. Number 12. Individuation is the way back to yourself. If listening to the call from the deeper layers of consciousness is the moment a person begins to hear themselves more clearly, then individuation is the moment they become courageous enough not to turn away from that call any longer. We often imagine that returning to ourselves is a journey of recovering an essence that has existed somewhere in the past. But for Jung, it is not that simple a return. It is a process of becoming. Not becoming a new version of ourselves for others to admire, but gradually living closer to what has quietly been present within us for a very long time. There are stages in life when we still do everything well, are still seen as fine, still walk the path once called right, yet inwardly feel more and more that we are living through an overly familiar shape rather than through our real being. And that slight misalignment is often where individuation begins. Not loudly, not through great declarations. Only at some point we no longer have the strength to keep betraying what we know is true. I remember one afternoon having coffee and unexpectedly running into an old colleague named Jack. We had not seen each other for quite a long time. In that short conversation, he told me he had just left the job he had been attached to for almost 10 years. There had been no great crisis, no obvious breakdown, nor was it because he had suddenly wanted to live differently on impulse. It was simply that, at some point, he realized he had become very good at building a life that looked perfectly right, while no longer knowing where the real person inside him was actually living. He said that very quietly, almost without drama. But I still remember the feeling of hearing it. There was something calm, sad and honest in it that could not be ignored. Jack said that for many years he had lived exactly according to what had once seemed reasonable: a stable job, steady progress, a trustworthy image, a path that made anyone looking in feel reassured. And he had once truly believed in it. Only later, everything began to resemble a beautiful room without air. He did not lack achievement, but he lacked the feeling of truly being present inside those achievements. He did not lack direction on paper, yet inwardly, he lacked a certain life force. What made him decide to stop was not hatred of the old work, but an increasingly clear sense that if he kept going like that, he would slowly become someone very successful at living misaligned with himself. This is where Jung touches human life very deeply. He writes, "Individuation means becoming an individual, and insofar as individuality embraces our innermost, last, and incomparable uniqueness, it also implies becoming one's own self." For Jung, individuation is not about emphasizing the ego in the sense of becoming more outstanding, more unusual, or endlessly self-assertive. It is the process by which a person gradually loosens themselves from identifications that are too narrow in order to live as the singular, deepest, irreplaceable person they are. In other words, this is not the journey of making the ego larger, but the journey of drawing nearer to one's true being. For that very reason, individuation has never been an entirely comfortable path. It forces a person to look again at what they have long called me and ask, among all these things, what is truly me, and what is only a layer I have worn too long to be loved, to be kept, to be seen as successful, to feel safe in the world? Some roles were once necessary, some patterns once helped us survive, some identifications once saved us from confusion. But at a certain point, the very things that once protected us can become the things that keep us trapped. We can keep living inside them. We can even perform that role beautifully. But inwardly, some part will go more and more dry, as though the soul knows very well that this is no longer its home. If you need an image to understand this, think of individuation as the process of taking off a garment that was tailored to someone else's measurements. For a long time, we can still wear it, still walk in it, still be praised for how neat we look, still feel fairly fine in other people's eyes. But only the one wearing it knows that it is tight at the shoulders, strained at the chest, suffocating at the neck, and the longer it is worn, the more the body forgets the feeling of its own natural shape. Individuation is not rushing to put on some striking new outfit. It is the moment we become honest enough to admit that we have worn the wrong one for too long, then slowly begin learning the sensation of our own skin. That process may not look beautiful at first. It may make us appear awkward, but only from there can true fit begin. For Jung, this path does not remove a person from the world. It simply causes them to stop living entirely from what the world demands. A person who has not entered individuation can be easily led by the collective, by the gaze of others, by ready-made definitions of success, maturity, value, and dignity. They may live very correctly, but most of that correctness comes from outside. But when someone begins to walk this path, they do not necessarily have to destroy everything. They only begin to need a truth deeper than mere fit. They no longer ask only, "What will make me accepted?" They begin to ask, "What keeps me alive? What, if I keep ignoring it, will take me farther and farther away from myself?" That is also why individuation often comes with a very particular kind of loneliness. Not loneliness because no one loves us or no one is there, but because there are stretches of road that no one can walk for us. Others may advise us, care for us, worry about us, even understand us in part. But no one can live in our place, the truthfulness of our inner life. No one can decide for us what within us has come to the point of needing to live differently. And so there are moments on this journey that look very quiet. No fireworks, no declarations. Only one person sitting before their own life and slowly accepting that perhaps it is time to leave what is too familiar in order to step into what is more true. In daily life, this path can begin with very small things. Not everyone needs a dramatic decision to enter individuation. Sometimes it begins simply by noticing what in our life is still being held on to, only because it is familiar, because we are afraid, because we need recognition, rather than because it still has real sap and life in it. It may be a job, a relationship, a style of behavior, an image of who we must always be in order to deserve love. And then, from those recognitions, we begin to try living differently in very small ways. A sentence that is more honest. A choice that fits less well but feels more like us. One moment of not going back to the familiar form simply because it makes others feel reassured. Perhaps this path does not lead us to a more perfect version of ourselves, but to a more truthful life. We do not necessarily become easier for others to understand, not necessarily more certain, not necessarily smoother, but we become less divided from ourselves, less dependent on borrowed things, less forced to strain in order to fit molds that have grown too old. And sometimes it is from that simple truth that a person truly begins to inhabit their own life as if living it, rather than merely completing it. Number 13. When the inner world has order, life changes direction. And when a person gradually returns closer to themselves, something very strange begins to happen. Outer life does not necessarily change at once, yet the way it appears before our eyes already has. There are times when we think we only need to change circumstances and life will become lighter. But eventually, a person realizes that what changes first is not necessarily the world, but the order within. When the inside becomes less chaotic, we no longer read every silence as rejection, no longer cling to what is half-hearted, no longer get swept away by each small collision as before. And very slowly, life begins to change direction from that very place. We often understand order in a very superficial sense, a clear schedule, stable work, a tidy home, relationships without conflict. But Jung looks much deeper. For him, real order does not begin with a neatly arranged surface. but with the parts within us no longer pulling against each other endlessly. When the ego no longer needs to keep proving itself, when the darkness is no longer buried under the floor, when the opposites are placed within one rhythm of living, when the deeper call is no longer silenced, another kind of order begins to form. It is not rigid. It is more like an alignment of the soul, a quiet agreement between what we think, what we feel, what we want, and how we are living. From there, the world stops being only a place of collision. It begins to become a space that can answer us in another way. Think of a very ordinary story. There is someone who has lived too long in a state of constant tension, always having to prove themselves, always afraid of not being enough. For a long time, they believe the cause lies in work, in other people, in circumstances. But once they begin looking more deeply, they realize they have spent too many years living inside an inner world, permanently on alert. As those fears gradually receive their true names and are put back in their proper place, the outside may not change immediately, yet they no longer react to life in the same way. And from that very quiet shift, life itself begins to change its tone. This is where Jung touches the human soul so deeply. He writes, "In all chaos, there is a cosmos. In all disorder, a secret order." That sentence is not only beautiful at the level of philosophy, it is also an intensely practical way of seeing the inner world. For Jung, chaos is not always meaningless. Many times, beneath the disorder of emotions, repetitions, and collisions, there is still a hidden order waiting to be recognized. And when a person becomes patient enough to perceive that hidden order, they are no longer dragged through life in the old way. Jung's meaning here is very subtle. Order does not mean eliminating all chaos, nor turning a person into a machine of perfect balance. Real order is when we know what in us is operating, what is speaking, what is afraid, what is needing something, and what no longer needs to drive our life. A person with inner order can still be sad, angry, confused, shaken, but they are no longer immediately drowned by those states. They have a center to return to. And only when that center exists does a person stop trying to force the world to be stable in their place. They begin to carry stability into the way they meet the world. If you need an image to understand this, think of a mirror-like body of water. When the surface is continually stirred, every reflection upon it becomes distorted. The sky is still the sky. The trees are still the trees. The face before us is still the same face. But what we see is no longer whole. It is easy to blame the landscape, the wind, the light, when in truth, the first distortion is in the water itself. The human inner world is the same. When the inside is constantly stirred by fear, inferiority, fragmentation, unresolved conflict, the world appearing before us becomes distorted too. Not because the world is entirely good, but because we are seeing it through an unsettled surface. When the water grows calmer, the scenery may not change, but the reflection changes. And that is exactly how life changes direction. So this part is not promising us some easy illusion that if we heal inside, everything outside will instantly become smooth. Jung never simplifies life in that way. What he suggests is something deeper. When the inner world has order, a person begins to stop contributing to the very chaos that keeps causing pain. They no longer enter love through the old panic. No longer do they need to prove their worth to enter work. no longer enter conflict through a nervous system already poised for battle. They stop repeating the same unconscious script and calling it fate. And from there, another rhythm of life begins to form. Less dramatic, less extreme, but truer, steadier, and deeper. Perhaps that is why many people, after a period of real maturation, often say that the world has changed. Many times the world has not changed as quickly as they imagine. What changes first is their position within it. When the inside is less deprived, they no longer see everything as a threat or theft. When the inside is less divided, they no longer live like someone forever pulling themselves back from the edge. When the inside has a deeper order, they are no longer stripped of all their energy by each small disturbance. And it is precisely that quiet inward shift that gradually gives outer life another shape. Not because circumstances are always more favorable, but because they no longer meet circumstances through the same old fracture. This touches the spirit of the whole journey very closely. The world does not bend for a person simply because that person wants to be stronger or more controlling. It begins to answer differently when that person is no longer torn into pieces within. When emotion, thought, value, instinct, darkness, and the deeper call of the soul are no longer standing on opposite sides pulling against each other, another force appears. It is not the force of coercion. It is the force of inner unity. And sometimes it is precisely that unity that causes life around us to begin shifting direction. To apply this in your own life, you do not need to rearrange everything overnight. You begin by looking at where within you chaos still runs deepest. What keeps making you overreact? What always drains your energy? What repeats in the ways you love, work, defend yourself, and withdraw? Then, instead of asking, how do I make the outside stop being this way? Try asking, what in me has still not been put back in its proper place? That question alone already begins to invite a new kind of order. As the inner world gradually acquires order, the most precious thing is not that we gain more control over everything. The most precious thing is that we begin to live as someone capable of passing through life without constantly losing ourselves in each of its upheavals. We no longer need the world to be comfortable at all times in order to feel whole. And from there, very slowly, very quietly, life also begins to change direction. Number 14. When the world begins to answer you. It is precisely here, after the inner world has gradually found order, that a person begins to experience a very strange experience. The outer world is no longer only a place of collision, but at times becomes a place of response. We tend to think of life out there as a hard, cold, indifferent mass, waiting for us to become strong enough to overcome it. But there are seasons when, after the inside has become less divided, less chaotic, less driven by fear and old reflexes, a person begins to notice something else. Meetings happen at more fitting moments. Opportunities no longer pass by like doors forever beyond reach. Choices that once seemed impossibly hard begin to open a path with less strain. Not because the universe has suddenly become partial to someone, but because when the inside no longer resists itself, we begin to enter life in a different rhythm. And the world, in a very quiet way, stops resisting us in the old way too. Jung saw this phenomenon through a very particular word, synchronicity. He wrote, "Synchronicity is the coming together of inner and outer events in a way that cannot be explained by cause and effect, and that is meaningful to the observer." What matters here is not mysticism, but the fact that Jung is saying there are moments when outer life and inner movement meet in an order more meaningful than ordinary cause and effect can explain. When a person has changed at a deep level, they begin to see, choose, and encounter things that before they would have passed by or closed themselves off from. In other words, the world begins to answer you does not mean life starts obeying every wish of the ego. Jung says nothing so crude. What he touches is much more subtle. When an inner life is less fragmented, less ruled by what has not been made conscious, then the very way a person enters the world changes. They no longer project the same deprivation, the same panic, the same need to prove. And therefore they no longer keep encountering the same kind of collision. The world does not turn easily. It simply no longer has to keep reflecting the same inner chaos. An image close to this may be suggested through the journey of Christian Pulisic. He is an American soccer player widely regarded as one of the leading faces of men's soccer in the United States, the youngest captain in the history of the US men's national team, a player who has won major honors in Europe and been named US Soccer Male Player of the Year multiple times. At the national team level, he has also been part of the United States Nations League triumphs and has become one of the defining symbols of the current generation of American soccer. But what matters here is not only the list of achievements. What matters is that in people like him, we often see very clearly a moment of transition from talent to alignment, meaning not merely becoming more skilled, but reaching a point where the inner and outer worlds begin to meet in a truer rhythm. A player may have technique, speed, and instinct, but at a certain point, what makes the difference is no longer an isolated ability alone. It is the capacity to step onto the field with a steadier center, less noise, and less distortion from pressure, expectation, and the surrounding clamor. And when that happens, the game is no longer only a place where he reacts to the world. It becomes a place where the world begins to open responses that correspond to the person he has become. Passes arrive at the right moment. Decisions grow clearer. Opportunities no longer slip away in the old way. That is not magic. It is the meeting of inner preparation and outer timing. If you need an image to understand this, think of a sail. The wind is always there. The sea is always there. But if the sail is tangled, folded, or misaligned, the boat receives the wind only as a force that tosses it around. Only when the sail is properly set does that same wind become the thing that carries the boat forward. The world is like that too. Circumstance, opportunity, people, upheaval, all of it is still there. But when the inner world is tangled, we feel life only as collision and resistance. When the inner world gradually acquires order, that same world begins to become a lifting force, a guiding force, a propelling force. Not because the wind has changed, but because the sail has. That is why many people, after a period of deep maturation, have the feeling that life is answering them. They think of something, then meet the right person. They become clear about a choice, then circumstance gradually rearranges itself to open a path. They release something no longer true, then another door appears at just the right time. Seen superficially, such events can be dismissed as a coincidence. Jung does not deny coincidence, but neither does he treat every meaningful conjunction as meaningless. For him, there are moments when inner life and outer world truly meet in a way that is hard to explain through crude causality alone. And precisely because it is meaningful, touches us so powerfully. Of course, this does not mean that if we become true to ourselves, life will immediately reward us with success, love, money, or pleasant outcomes. Jung is not that cheap. Sometimes living more truthfully leads us through necessary losses. Sometimes the closer we come to ourselves, the more we have to leave behind what once felt familiar. But even in those difficult stretches, someone who has found a different center within will no longer feel as though life is punishing them blindly. They begin to feel a direction, a hidden continuity, a deeper logic of life, and that in itself is already a form of response. So what matters is not sitting still and waiting for the world to send us signals. What matters is looking back and asking whether the inside of us is quiet enough, clear enough, true enough to receive those signals. A person still living through the fear of being left behind can easily turn every opportunity into pressure. A person still needing to prove their worth can easily walk through open doors only to keep losing themselves. A person still divided within will have great difficulty discerning what a real call is and what is merely the noise of the ego. So, before asking why life has not yet answered, perhaps we should also ask from what part of ourselves we are entering life. The world does not answer a self that only knows how to command. It begins to answer a person who is less divided, less chaotic, less borrowed. At that point, we are no longer sending out the same old signal. We no longer call half-hearted things destiny. We no longer step into opportunity with an inner life already prepared for failure or injury. And so, even when circumstances have not changed much, the way life appears before our eyes already has. Tomorrow morning, after you wake up, what you need to do is simply give yourself a few very quiet minutes before touching your phone or entering the schedule of a new day. Ask yourself one very gentle question. Today, do I want to step into the world through my old fear or through the clearer part of myself? That question alone already begins to change you. And sometimes, from one very small shift in the way we are present, the world also begins to answer in a very different way. This journey, in the end, does not lead us to a place where the world is forced to submit to us. It leads us somewhere much deeper, where a person stops living through old reactions, stops being dragged by parts of themselves they do not yet understand, stops searching for themselves in the eyes of the world. Carl Jung does not give us a formula for defeating life. He gives us another way of seeing. When the inside gradually becomes clear, the outside world no longer appears the same. Not because life has suddenly become easier, but because the one walking through life has changed. Perhaps the most beautiful thing in Jung's thought is that he does not promise perfection. He only quietly opens the possibility of becoming more whole. Wholeness does mean no more darkness, no more crisis, no more contradiction. Wholeness is when we no longer have to split ourselves apart in order to stay safe. It is when we become courageous enough to see, to listen, to rightly name what lives within us, and from there live closer to the truest part of who we are. It is from that place that life begins to change its tone. What once was repetition can become understanding. What once was a collision can become a reminder. And what once caused us to lose our way may, at times, become the very road that leads us back. Perhaps after this video, what remains in you will not be a complete answer, but only a very slight feeling that it is time to live more truthfully with yourself. That alone is enough. An inner movement has already begun. If these thoughts have touched you, please like and subscribe so that we may meet again in deeper conversations with the soul. Because sometimes what changes a person is not more and more knowledge, but one quiet enough moment for the deepest part of them to begin speaking. Have you ever wondered why some people change just one small habit, yet their whole life shifts in a completely different direction? While others put in years of effort, everything keeps repeating the same old loop, the same old relationships, the same old fears, the same failures wearing familiar faces. Carl Jung believed that life does not change simply because you want it to, but because you change the unconscious structure operating in the dark. And the only way to do that is to change the habits that shape your mind every single day. This world does not operate on luck. It operates on inner frequency. You live by a certain habit. You emit that frequency. The habits you nurture in silence, the way you think when no one is watching, the way you respond to difficulties, the way you face fear, the way you breathe, the way you walk. All of these shape your destiny far more powerfully than any opportunity or external event. Today's video will open a very different kind of journey, where the 12 habits Carl Jung left behind are not self-improvement tips, but 12 movements of the soul. And that is the spirit of the 12 habits from Carl Jung will completely transform your life. Each habit is a doorway, and when you walk deep enough into it, you won't just change yourself, you will return to the self, the still, powerful, and unshakable center that lies beneath every layer of fear, expectation, and noise in life. Let us slow down a little and release every assumption about your life being shaped by circumstances. Because from the moment you change the habits inside you, you are no longer living in your old reality. You are rewriting the operating system of your soul. Are you ready to open the first doorway? Number 1. The habit of self-observation. There are moments in life when you sit quietly in a familiar room. Everything around you looks the same: the lights, the desk, the sound of traffic outside. Yet suddenly you feel as if you are standing outside your own life. You look back at your day and don't really understand why you were angry in the morning, why your mood suddenly dropped at noon, or why you reacted so strongly just because of someone's accidental remark. Everything happened so fast that you didn't even realize it. Emotions carried you away, thoughts rushed in by instinct, and you were only running behind to manage the consequences. And then you ask yourself, am I living or just reacting? Carl Jung believed that the moment a person asks that question, the journey of transformation has already begun. Because self-observation is not an intellectual or academic skill. It is the moment you begin to separate consciousness from the unconscious, the moment you first see what I am feeling or how I am reacting, instead of letting everything run on automatic. Jung called this the first step of individuation, the journey of becoming yourself, no longer being moved like a puppet by the unconscious pulling strings from behind. When you observe yourself, you are not trying to change emotions, not trying to force thoughts to be silent, not judging yourself as right or wrong. You simply watch. And the paradox is, the very act of seeing already begins to change everything. Someone who knows how to observe themselves no longer falls into the spiral of unconscious reactions because they recognize that emotional explosions are signals, not identity. They see anger rising, but do not become the anger. They see fear returning, but are not swallowed by it. Jung once said, "The greatest and most important problems of life are all fundamentally insoluble. They can never be solved, but only outgrown." And the moment you acknowledge your emotions, you are beginning to outgrow them, rather than being controlled by them. Observing yourself is like standing on a bridge watching the river flow beneath. You are not the rushing water, you are simply observing it. That is when you realize emotions come and go like waves, thoughts rise and fall like clouds, and you are the sky, vast and quieter than all of them. But to stand on that bridge, you must learn something most people never do in their whole life. Pause. Just a few seconds of observation is enough to open a doorway you never knew you had. Try looking back at your life. How many times have you reacted without knowing why? How many times have you said something hurtful and then regretted it for hours? How many times have you felt heavy inside without being able to name the sadness? Jung believed that whenever we fail to observe ourselves, we become victims of what is happening within us. But when we pause and look, even for 3 seconds, 3 breaths, we reclaim leadership of the mind. A woman I once worked with is the perfect example. She shared that she always felt insecure whenever her friends succeeded, not because she envied them, but because she felt inferior. She said that each time it happened, she tried to ignore the feeling by working harder or pretending to be cheerful. But in one therapy session, she was asked to simply sit still and observe that feeling for a few minutes. No running, no fixing, no defending, just observing. And something strange happened. The insecurity no longer overwhelmed her. It stood in front of her, smaller than she had imagined. She looked at it and said, "So this is the fear of being left behind." When she said that, she cried, not out of pain, but out of relief. Because only when you see the monster in the room do you realize it is not as big as when you imagined it in the dark. Someone who knows how to observe themselves is like someone turning on a light in a dark room. The light does not change the objects, but it makes you no longer afraid of them. According to Jung, observation is not just the first step, it is the foundation of all change. Without it, we are merely patching emotional fragments. With it, we begin to see the entire picture, patterns, causes, loops, and true motivations. Observation is not an act of intellect, it is an act of awareness. Not asking why, but asking what is happening inside me right now. Not analyzing, but sensing. Someone who lives at the level of observation is no longer quick to judge, no longer pulled into the chaotic stream of emotions. They are like a mountain climber in the fog. They do not chase each gust of wind. They stand still until the fog clears and the path appears. One winter morning, when I woke up early to write, there was a moment when I felt inexplicably heavy. In the past, I would have forced myself to work, pushed the feeling aside as if it were an obstacle. But that day, I paused, closed my eyes, and asked, "Where is this feeling coming from?" Just a few seconds, and I realized it was a worry about a responsibility I hadn't finished the day before. Once I saw that, the heaviness no longer weighed me down. I simply wrote on paper, "Finish this first." And I began. No fighting emotions, no resisting them. Just observing, then acting from clarity. That is what happens when you observe yourself. You are no longer dragged, you become the guide. At a deeper level, the habit of self-observation helps you see patterns that have repeated for years. Every strong reaction carries the imprint of the past. Every time you are triggered is an opportunity to see a part of the unconscious that has not yet been integrated. The more you observe, the more the unconscious comes into light, and the freer you become. Not free from life, but free from the patterns that shaped you since childhood. And when you practice this habit long enough, you will notice something miraculous. Most of what you thought were problems did not come from the world, but from the way you received it. Once you see this, you no longer try to fix the world. You fix yourself. And the world changes on its own. Jung once said, "A man who looks outside dreams, a man who looks inside awakes." Self-observation is the bridge from dreaming to awakening. It is quiet, unglamorous. No one praises you for it. No one even sees it. But it is the habit that can change your entire life. If you want to begin your journey of transformation through the 12 habits Jung believed could renew your entire inner world, then this is the first and most important habit. Just spending a few minutes each day observing your breath, emotions, thoughts, reactions, you will find yourself becoming clearer, lighter, less triggered, and more self-possessed. This is the foundation for moving into the next habits. Habits that will open one doorway after another. Doorways you never knew you already held the keys to. Number 2. The habit of removing the mask. Learning to live authentically. And once you learn the habit of observing yourself, the next natural thing that happens is that you begin to notice there is a shell you have worn for too long, the one Jung called the persona. And this is the second habit that can change your entire life. Removing that mask. Here is something few people realize. Most of the choices we have made in life were not truly ours, but shaped by the thought, what will others think? From the way we smile, speak in a group, to the things we post on social media, even the career we pursue. Much of it is decided not by the soul, but by the mask we believe society wants to see. Carl Jung called this mask the persona, a version built to survive in the world. But if worn too long, we forget where the mask ends and where we begin. Removing the mask is not rebellion. It does not mean living recklessly, speaking impulsively, or disregarding others' feelings. Removing the persona is learning to live authentically, meaning your words, actions, and emotions begin to move in the same direction. What you express is no longer what others expect, but what resonates with the inner truth. When you remove the mask, your energy slowly returns to the self, the mature psychological center in Jung's model. And it is then that your identity becomes clearer than ever. But why are so many people afraid to put it down? Because the mask feels safe. With it, you are accepted, less vulnerable, less likely to be rejected. But the painful truth is, you are accepted not because of you, but because of the role you play. And nothing exhausts the soul more than living in a body you do not belong to. I once witnessed the story of a woman I met during a meditation retreat. She was the kind of person everyone thought was extroverted, funny, always lifting the group's energy. But on the third evening, during a silent practice, she burst into tears. She shared that for many years she wore the mask of the cheerful one because she believed that if she didn't bring laughter, she would lose her value in people's eyes. But that mask drained her. She said, "No one really knows how sad I am. I just smile to get through it." And the moment she dared to say that, the first time in years, was when people looked at her with the gentlest eyes. It was when she became real that a connection began. To understand persona more deeply, imagine an actor on a stage. Under the spotlight, they laugh, cry, and rage according to the script. The audience applauds with excitement, but when the curtain closes, the actor steps off the stage and stands alone in a silent room. No cheering, no bright lights, only exhaustion and the question, who am I without this role? Life is the same. The world will always love your role, but only you know how you feel when you step out of it. A literary example that adds depth is Jane Eyre from the novel of the same name. Jane is not beautiful, lacks status, lacks privilege, but what makes her one of the most beloved female characters in English literature is her absolute honesty with her own essence. She does not try to become a more lovable version, does not soften herself to be loved, and does not reshape herself to fit society's expectations. The most pivotal moment is when Jane leaves Rochester, the man she loves deeply. That decision did not come from avoidance, but from loyalty to her core values. She knew that if she stayed, she would betray her morality, dignity, and authentic self. Her departure was the removal of the final mask, refusing to live as a character in someone else's story. And that difficult choice brought her true happiness, not happiness built on illusions, roles, or compromises, but the kind of happiness that can only be found when a soul dares to live as itself. Removing the mask is not a single act, but a habit of speaking more honestly, living more truthfully, performing less, trying less to be good all the time, trying less to please everyone. Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." The greatest privilege in life is not success, being loved, or being praised. It is becoming yourself. But that privilege belongs only to those willing to pay the price. The courage to be real, to be honest, to show up as an imperfect but genuine human being. Sometimes the journey of removing the persona begins with very small things. Saying, "I'm tired, I need rest." Saying, "I don't like that." Saying, "I'm sad." Saying, "This does not align with my values." Or simply laughing when you're happy and staying silent when you're not, without forcing yourself to appear proper. Each time you do that, one layer of the mask falls away, and the self becomes a little freer. Authenticity does not make you loved by everyone. It makes you loved truly by the right ones. Jung believed that when you live truthfully, those who belong to you will recognize you without you needing to prove anything. And that is why removing the persona does not make you more lonely. It simply isolates you from connections that were never aligned with your soul in the first place. At a deeper level, removing the mask allows you to hear your soul. You begin to know what truly makes you happy, what truly hurts you, what makes you feel alive, and what quietly kills your spirit. You begin to distinguish between what you genuinely like and what you have been taught to like. And that is the freedom Jung considered the true psychological maturity. Freedom from identification with the collective. If you are on this journey, do not rush. Removing the mask is not something done overnight. It is a habit, little by little, layer by layer. You do not need to become the truest version of yourself right now. You only need to be a bit more honest today than you were yesterday. Every small step is a message to your soul. I am ready to return. And as you become more authentic, you will notice something strange. Life becomes easier. You no longer need to remember what I said to fit in, how I should act so no one misunderstands, how I should appear to be loved. You simply live, simply be. And that simplicity is what makes you powerful. If you feel the weight of the mask you've worn for too long, consider this a gentle reminder from Jung. You do not need to be perfect to be loved. You just need to be real, to be free. And before moving to the next habit, whisper this very small yet powerful sentence. Today, I will live a little more honestly. And if you have ever experienced the feeling of wearing a mask for so long that you forgot who you are, or if you are now in a moment of transition, learning to be honest with yourself little by little, share that story in the comments. It could be just one line, one moment, one tiny realization, but who knows? Your experience may become the mirror that helps someone else recognize their true self. Because as Jung believed, when one soul dares to live authentically, it always awakens another. Number 3. The habit of setting firm boundaries, protecting your energy without guilt. There comes a moment in life when you look back at all your relationships and suddenly realize there are places where you always smile even when you're exhausted inside. There are people to whom you always say sure, even when your heart wants to say no. And there are situations where you constantly force yourself to be the most pleasant version of who you are, just so others feel comfortable. And you ask yourself, why am I always drained? Why do others so easily cross my boundaries? Why do I feel my energy slipping away without knowing how it happens? Carl Jung believed that one of the first signs of psychological maturity is when you begin asking that question. Because only when you see where your energy is leaking can you step into the habit that can transform the way you live, love, work, and protect your soul. The habit of setting firm boundaries. Jung once said, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. And to accept yourself, you need space to hear yourself. Boundaries are the door that keeps that space from being intruded upon by others. But most of us grow up believing that setting boundaries is selfish, that saying no is rude, that protecting your peace is hurting others. That kindness means always being available. So we trade everything so others can breathe easier, even when we ourselves can barely breathe." The truth is, boundaries are not selfish. Boundaries are how you keep your soul safe in the process of individuation, the journey of becoming yourself. No one can do this for you but you. A viewer of the channel named Linda once shared that she was always the one people leaned on. Friends came at midnight to unload their sadness. Co-workers gave her the tasks they didn't want to do. Family members asked her to handle every large and small problem. Everyone said she was thoughtful, gentle, dependable. But behind those compliments was a heavy truth. She was exhausted. She cried in silence. She felt drained bit by bit. She had lived so long as the one who must always be ready that she forgot where her true feelings even were. In a Jungian therapy exercise, Linda was asked to imagine her life if she continued this way for 10 more years. And what broke her was not the people around her, but the image of herself completely disappearing, like a fading shadow as the light of her soul was buried under obligations, expectations, and the mask of the kind one. A few days later, She tried setting one very small boundary, declining to listen to a close friend's emotional venting when she herself was exhausted. The thing she feared, anger, distance, blame, did not happen. Her friend simply paused and said they understood. And in that moment, she realized what Jung had pointed out long ago. The world does not collapse when you say no. Only the fear inside you dissolves. Firm boundaries are a habit very few people have, not because they don't understand, but because they are afraid. Afraid of being misunderstood. Afraid of being disliked. Afraid of being seen as cold. Afraid of losing someone's affection. But the truth is, if a relationship falls apart simply because you set a boundary, it was never meant for you anyway. Boundaries do not ruin the right relationships. They only reveal the wrong ones. Imagine someone without boundaries as a house without doors. Anyone can walk in, stay as long as they want, and track mud wherever they please. You can't blame them, because you never closed the door. Meanwhile, someone with boundaries is not someone hiding behind stone walls. They simply know when to close the door, when to open it, and whom to invite into their sacred space. Boundaries do not create distance. Boundaries create clarity. From a neuroscience perspective, not setting boundaries keeps your nervous system in a state of continuous low-grade stress, a silent tension you don't even notice. When you are always saying yes just to get it over with, your sympathetic nervous system stays activated, cortisol rises, leaving your body tired, irritable, unable to sleep well, and less able to concentrate. But when you set boundaries, the parasympathetic system is activated. The body returns to a rest and restore state. You breathe deeper, your heart slows down, your energy stabilizes. Boundaries do not just heal emotions. They are a biological mechanism that keeps you alive. Firm boundaries are not about shouting no at the world. Firm boundaries are about daring to speak the smallest truth about your feelings. Saying, I cannot do this today. I need rest. I'm not comfortable with that. This is beyond my capacity. Let me think about it. Or simply, I decline. Each time you speak the truth, a layer of mental fog dissolves. You begin to see what is truly yours and what is someone else's. What is your real feeling and what is a feeling you unconsciously carried for others. Setting boundaries does not make you a bad person. It makes you a real person. And real people are always stronger than pleasant ones. Many people fear setting boundaries because they fear losing love. But real love never requires you to drain yourself to be worthy. Only those who love your mask will leave when you set boundaries. Those who love your essence will respect them, and may even love you more for having the courage to protect yourself. Jung once said, "What you resist not only persists, but grows in size." The more you allow others to cross your boundaries, the bigger the exhaustion becomes. But when you dare to speak the truth, everything begins to fall back into its rightful place. The habit of setting boundaries is not a single action. It is a soul habit that must be practiced daily, with gentleness, consistency, and honesty. You do not need to become ideal overnight. You only need one small boundary today. Turning off your phone for 5 minutes to breathe, declining something you do not want to do, or pausing long enough to listen to the discomfort before automatically saying yes. Every small boundary is an affirmation. I deserve my own space. Every small boundary you set is an affirmation. I deserve my own space. And when you practice long enough, you will notice something miraculous. The right people begin to appear. Not because you are trying to please them, but because you carry the frequency of someone who respects themselves. You do not need to try. You do not need to appear likable. You do not need to carry the world on your shoulders. You only need to stand firm in your own circle of energy, and the right world will come to you. Boundaries do not just protect you. Boundaries shape you. Boundaries make you strong in the exact way Jung described. Steady, quiet, and no longer easily invaded in your inner space. And that steadiness is one of the things that can transform your entire life. Exactly in the spirit of the habits Jung left for the world. Number 4. The habit of nurturing solitude, the sacred space of the soul. And once you've learned to protect your boundaries to keep your energy intact, a different inner doorway begins to open. You no longer cling to noise the way you used to. No longer chase conversations just to fill the emptiness. Instead, you begin to crave silence, a kind of primal stillness that you once feared. This is the habit of nurturing solitude, the sacred space of the soul that Carl Jung described, a place where, if a person cannot endure, they will always use others to cover the emptiness within, instead of facing their true essence. Jung once wrote, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." And it is in that stillness that awakening begins. There are moments in life when you feel as if you are standing in a room full of light, yet inside you it feels strangely dark. Conversations become dull, gatherings exhaust you more than they delight you. Old inspirations no longer stir your heart. You look around and realize that even while surrounded by people, you can still hear a deep silence within. That silence feels like an invitation. Come home to yourself. But most of us fear stepping through that door, because inside it there is no laughter to distract us, no work to keep us busy, no one to lean on. Only ourselves, and the parts we've never dared to face. Jung believed that if someone cannot endure solitude, they will use others as a mirror to reflect their emptiness. But if someone knows how to be alone, they will begin to hear what the noisy world can never let them hear. The voice of the self. Intuition rises in silence. Unconscious fragments surface. Hidden patterns reveal themselves. Without solitude, you live forever in reactive mode. With solitude, you finally hear what your soul has been wanting to tell you. I once knew a woman who, after ending a long-term relationship, felt as if life had been stripped of all sound. No more nightly messages, no more "have you eaten yet?" No more shared plans to lean on. At first, she tried to fill the silence with gatherings, with work, with social media. But the more she ran, the more exhausted she became. One evening, after a long day of pretending to be fine, she turned off the lights, sat alone in her room, and felt the silence drape over her like a heavy blanket. She thought she would collapse, but when she stopped resisting, something unexpected happened. The silence became warm. She heard her own breathing. She heard her sadness, not as an enemy, but as a part of her that had long gone unheard. She said, "I realized I didn't need anyone to fill this space. I only needed to stop abandoning myself." After that, she spent 15 minutes each day just sitting quietly. And that small habit changed every choice, every decision, every feeling she had about herself. That is stepping into the sacred space Jung spoke of, the space where the true self gets to speak. What's interesting is this. History has seen countless individuals reach genius-level creativity because they chose solitude during the most important phases of their lives. One striking example is Steve Wozniak, co-founder of Apple. Before Apple became legendary, Wozniak spent months alone in a small room at his parents' house, programming, tinkering, redrawing circuit boards again and again. He didn't socialize, didn't seek validation, didn't boast about his abilities. Wozniak once said, "Most of the great things I created came from being alone." Without those years of solitude, the world might never have had the first personal computer small enough to sit on a home desk, the invention that began the era of global technological personalization. His story proves that solitude is not escape. It is where intuition and creativity become strongest. Yet most people run from solitude because they fear what will surface without noise. They fear emptiness. They fear truth. They fear hearing a calling they have long ignored. They fear realizing that they have been living too far from their true self. But Jung was clear. A person who cannot endure being alone will use others to escape from themselves. And the truth is, you cannot meet the self if you are always running outside. A truly mature person is someone who can sit alone with their thoughts without feeling lonely. They feel light when they close the door to the world and open the door to their mind. They cherish each minute of silence as a ritual. They understand that stillness is not an empty void. It is the soil where the soul takes root. Imagine yourself as a garden. If no one tends to it, if you leave the gate open for anyone to walk through, trample, or leave chaos behind, the garden will deplete. But when you dedicate time each day to tidy it, remove weeds, water it, and let the plants breathe, the garden begins to thrive. Solitude is the time you close the gate to tend to the inner garden, not to isolate, but to regenerate. One day, you will realize that the moments you spend alone are the moments you feel fullest. You write a few lines in your journal and suddenly feel lighter. You walk under the sunset and realize it has been a long time since you last looked at the sky. You sit still for 5 minutes in the morning without touching your phone, and that changes your whole day. These small habits are rituals of the self, where the soul breathes, heals, and expands. Solitude does not disconnect you from the world. It connects you deeper to yourself, and when you are deeply connected to your inner essence, every other connection naturally becomes healthier, clearer, and more beautiful. You no longer cling out of fear, no longer seek someone to fill your emptiness, no longer use others as emotional crutches. You love because you are whole, not because you are lacking. This is the form of inner sovereignty Jung saw as a turning point in psychological development, when a person stops searching for salvation outside and begins finding strength in their own stillness. And then one day, when you look back, you'll see that the silence you once feared was actually the greatest gift life ever offered you. It brought you closer to your soul, taught you to hear the calling you once ignored, helped you see what the eyes alone could never see. Solitude doesn't take anything from you. It removes only the noise that kept you from hearing yourself. And when you practice this habit long enough, you will understand why Carl Jung believed that inward-facing habits are the ones with the power to truly transform a life. Number 5. The habit of entering your inner darkness, daring to face your own shadow. But to go deeper inward, as the previous habit opened for you, have you ever wondered, What will happen if you dare to look straight into the deepest part, the one you most want to avoid? Because after learning to observe yourself, set boundaries, be alone, and hold stillness, you eventually reach a pivotal point in the Jungian journey that no one can skip. You must face the shadow, your own darkness. No one matures through light alone. You mature when you dare to enter the darkest place within yourself, where everything you deny, suppress, hide, or pretend does not exist. Yet what you refuse to see is exactly what controls you the most. Carl Jung once wrote, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." And that is why the habit of entering your inner darkness can transform a person more profoundly than you can imagine. Shadow is not as frightening as you think. It is simply the part of yourself you were never taught to love. When you get unreasonably angry at someone, when you react intensely to a small comment, when you feel jealous of someone's success, when you feel ashamed of your own emotions, that is your shadow speaking. Not to sabotage you, but to inform you that a part of your soul has been forgotten. Every strong feeling is a signal, and every signal carries a piece of your soul wanting to be seen. When you treat it like an enemy, it will continue pulling you into cycles of unconscious reaction. But when you treat it as a messenger, a doorway opens, the doorway leading you back to your true self. I once heard a woman share in a depth psychology workshop. She was the kind of person everyone praised as gentle, easygoing, always cheerful. But behind that softness was anger suppressed for years. When her husband dismissed her feelings, she said nothing. When co-workers dumped tasks on her, she smiled and agreed. When her family ignored her needs, she stayed silent. She said something I will never forget. "I don't know what anger feels like. I fear anger because I was taught that girls who get angry are disrespectful." But at the moment she said this, tears began to fall. Not because she was weak, but because her shadow, the anger buried at the bottom of her unconscious, was finally seen. After that day, she started a small habit, writing about her anger every night, without judgment, without suppression. 3 months later, she said, "I didn't become more hot-tempered, I became more honest." That is the power of facing the shadow. It does not make you lose control, it restores your control. To understand the shadow, imagine you are standing in front of a mirror in a room with only one small light bulb. The bulb shines in front of you, showing your face clearly. But behind you, where the light does not reach, there is always a shadow. The more you turn around to see it, the more it clings to you. The more you try to chase it away, the more it follows your every step. But if you move the light, just shift the bulb to another angle, the shadow immediately appears. It does not disappear, but it becomes clear. The shadow works exactly like that. It never disappears on its own. It only becomes harmless when you dare to look at it. There is a truth Jung emphasized. Every conflict in life is a reflection of an internal conflict. You are not angry at others because they are wrong. You are angry because they touched a part of you that you have never faced. You are not jealous because they are better. You are jealous because they live a part of you that you have not dared to live. You are not hurt by someone's words because they are cruel. You are hurt because the words hit an old wound stored in your shadow. When you understand this, your life changes. Because at that point, instead of reacting, you begin observing. Instead of blaming, you begin reflecting. Instead of running from pain, you step into it, to see what it wants to teach you. Facing the shadow is the habit that breaks unconscious patterns, because the unconscious always repeats. It repeats old relationships, old emotions, old wounds, not because you don't deserve better, but because the unconscious wants you to heal what has not been seen, and you will repeat until you learn the lesson. At a deeper level, facing your shadow is the first step of individuation, the journey of becoming a whole person. Because a human being is not defined only by their light, but by the union of their light and darkness. Without darkness, light has no shape. Without darkness, you cannot know which part of you needs to be seen. And when you dare to enter your inner darkness, something miraculous happens. You no longer fear others seeing your vulnerabilities. You no longer need to wear masks to appear perfect. You no longer react violently to criticism, because you have seen yourself, faced yourself, moved through yourself. No one has the power to shake you the way they used to. From a neuroscience perspective, when you dare to face a strong emotion instead of avoiding it, you activate the prefrontal cortex, the center of logic and decision-making. This reduces activity in the amygdala, the center of instinctive reactions. Meaning, when you face the shadow, you are training your brain to shift from reaction to awareness. You become slower, deeper, steadier. You no longer snap instantly when triggered. You become the observer, and that is true strength. Remember this always. The shadow is not the bad part of you. It is simply the part you have not yet dared to see. It holds your power, your truth, your creativity, your instincts, your sensitivity, all the things you once feared. The shadow is where the soul stores its most beautiful forgotten pieces. And only when you step into the darkness will you find the missing fragments that help you become whole. And from that moment, your life begins to change in unexpected ways. You know why you're angry. You know what hurts you. You know why you react so strongly to small things. You know why you repeat old patterns in relationships. You know why you fear abandonment, fear failure, fear being seen. Nothing is mysterious anymore. Everything becomes clear, as if you have just turned on a light in a room that was dark for many years. If one day you feel something rising inside you, anger, fear, jealousy, insecurity, don't rush to push it away. Tell yourself, this is a signal. Because in the moment you dare to look at that signal, you have taken a huge step into the journey Carl Jung called the journey back to yourself. If you believe this world needs more people who dare to face their own darkness, to become more honest, more compassionate, and less hurtful toward one another, please like the video to help spread the message. Every like is not just support for the channel, but a gentle reminder that courage is not the absence of darkness, but the willingness to walk into it. And through people like you, people who dare to look deeply within, the world begins to heal silently but powerfully. Number 6. The habit of healing complexes, transforming the emotional complexes. There are moments when you do not understand why a single careless sentence, a glance, or even a silence can send your mind spiraling down as if falling into an invisible abyss. You know your reaction is too much, but you cannot stop it. You do not understand why you avoid a relationship even though you deeply want to love, why you struggle at work despite trying your best, why just one sign of coldness makes your heart immediately curl up like an abandoned child. Carl Jung called these moments the activation of complexes, the emotional knots of the unconscious. They are not your bad traits or weaknesses, but frozen fragments of past experiences, and every time they are touched, they instantly revive, pulling you back into old roles, old feelings, old fears. A complex is not a problem of the present. It is an old wound reliving itself in the present. The father wound, the mother wound, the fear of abandonment, the longing for validation, the feeling of unworthiness. All function like unconscious seeds buried deep in the psyche, and with the slightest trigger, they spring up with more force than you expect. Jung said that a complex does not destroy you. It only wants you to see what has been buried for too long. And to dissolve a complex, you do not need to fight it. You need to look at it. Because in Jung's analytical psychology, to see is to heal. The simplest image for a complex is a room inside the house of your soul that has been locked for many years. Outside, you decorate the living room, polish the bedroom, tidy the kitchen, those socially accepted parts, the parts belonging to the persona. But there is one room you never open because you fear the light will expose the things that hurt you. The moment you were scolded, the time you were left behind, the moment you were compared, the feeling of not being good enough. That room is dark, cluttered, dusty, and just the slightest touch on its door sends a heavy wave rushing out, making you feel as though the whole house is shaking. But the truth is, the door does not want to destroy you. It only wants to be opened. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." When you refuse to look into the complex, you repeat the same old patterns as if fate has been predetermined. You love but fear abandonment. You are talented but fear judgment. You are kind but fear rejection. Every reaction feels like something inevitable, but in reality, it is not destiny. It is the unconscious steering the wheel for you. As you become familiar with healing complexes, you begin to see that every overwhelming emotion is a message from an old version of yourself. A child within saying, "I am still here, I was hurt, and I want to be heard." That is why the sixth habit is not destroying the complex, but healing it by diffusing the unconscious trigger so that old emotions no longer control you as before. I always think of the figure of Chiron in Greek mythology when speaking about complexes. Chiron was a different kind of centaur, gentle, wise, a teacher of heroes and a healer of others. But in an accident, he was struck by a poisoned arrow from Heracles. Because he was immortal, he could not die, but the wound never healed. Chiron lived constantly in pain, a paradox that looked like a curse. But from Jung's perspective, it is the perfect symbol of the complex, a wound that cannot be rewound in time, but can be transformed. Forced to live with his pain, Chiron devoted himself to studying medicine, understanding the body, the soul, remedies, and learning how to soothe others' pain. Because of that wound, he became the greatest healer. The wound did not disappear, but it ceased to be a punishment. It became the doorway to wisdom and compassion. Our complexes are the same. You cannot pretend they never happened, but when you dare look at them, understand them, and walk with them, the pain begins to change shape. It stops dragging you downward and becomes a gift that makes you gentler with yourself, deeper with others, and more authentic on your own journey. When you heal a complex, what you are truly doing is not erasing the painful memory. but placing the memory back where it belongs. Instead of letting it stand in the middle of the road, like a deep hole that constantly makes you fall, you move it to the side, where it still exists, but no longer obstructs you. A complex does not disappear. It simply stops taking control. There is an interesting fact. Complexes are usually formed in early childhood, a time when we had no ability to analyze or protect ourselves. A child abandoned thinks, "It must be because I am not worthy." A child constantly compared thinks, "My value must be proven." A child raised with violent parents thinks, "Love comes with fear." Those conclusions are stored in the unconscious like hidden programs, and when we grow up, we react not as adults, but as the children we once were. That is why healing a complex is not about forcing yourself to control your emotions, but learning to talk to that inner child. Each time you are triggered, instead of blaming yourself, "I'm so weak," try saying, "It's okay. This is just an old memory. I am safe. You don't have to endure this anymore." In that moment, you are not only soothing your emotions, you are soothing your past. Neurologically, each complex is a network linking memory, emotion, and biological response. When triggered, the brain instantly activates the sympathetic nervous system. Heart rate increases, cortisol rises, the body prepares to fight or flee. But when you look directly at the emotion, instead of being swept away by it, you activate the parasympathetic system, the center of peace. You turn fear from a threat into a message, and a message once understood no longer dominates you. Healing a complex is not erasing the past, but growing beyond it. When you are strong enough not to be pulled back into old roles, you become the guide of your own mind, not the unconscious guiding you. A person beginning to heal a complex is not someone who is no longer hurt, but someone who stands beside their pain instead of letting it control them. They see the signals within themselves, see the parts longing to be loved, heard, freed. They no longer run away from their inner child. They hold its hand, just as Jung believed every transformation begins with facing rather than avoiding. And strangely, when you begin to dialogue with the complex, instead of suppressing or fearing it, you will find yourself changing without effort. You no longer overreact to minor situations. You no longer fear abandonment when someone steps back. You no longer shrink when someone is disappointed, because now you no longer carry your child's wound into the present. You live in the present as an adult, acting not from old fear, but from inner clarity. That is the power of the habit of healing complexes, one of the deepest habits that can transform your life, in the true spirit of Carl Jung. Returning to the unconscious, its right to be liberated, so you no longer live as a version driven by the past, but as yourself, more mature, more aware, and freer each day. Number 7. The story of Marina and the shadow of a past that never had a name. And when you begin to see your complex as a door that needs to be opened rather than a destroyer, you will realize one thing. Healing a complex does not only change how you react, but also how you love, how you choose people, and how you move through the world. Because once the unconscious no longer drives you, you begin to see more clearly the patterns you once believed were destiny. This leads us to the most vivid proof of this habit, the story of Marina. Marina, 34, is the type of woman others assume has a complete life. She has a job in the creative industry with stable income, is always invited to major projects, respected by colleagues, and admired by friends as a model independent woman. In her career, she walks a straight, impressive path. But in love, she is a completely different picture. Failure after failure. This contrast tormented her for years. Unconsciously, Marina was always drawn to the same type of man. Distant, unpredictable, cold, standing just out of reach. Men who did not offer certainty, did not give her the feeling of being chosen, but who made her chase them until exhaustion. Every relationship began with excitement and ended in silence. They disappeared, drifted away, or suddenly turned cold without explanation. And every time, Marina turned inward and asked, "What did I do wrong? Am I not interesting enough? Not attractive enough?" In long nights, burying herself in work to forget the feeling of abandonment, she never realized that the answer lay deeper in her unconscious. Not until she encountered Jungian psychology did everything become clear. She read about complexes, about unconscious patterns formed in childhood and activated whenever an old wound is touched. She paused for a long time at the concept of the father wound. Marina grew up in a family where her father was present in a distant way. He loved her, but in a quiet, faraway style. He spoke little, rarely expressed emotion, and seemed to stand outside his own family's world. When Marina was happy, he only nodded. When she was sad, he was so silent, she did not know where to seek comfort. When he was disappointed, he did not scold, but his indifference made her feel like she disappeared. Many children raised in such an atmosphere come to one conclusion: it must be because I am not good enough. That is how complexes work. They make you repeat the wound in hopes of healing it. But when the unconscious leads, you only repeat pain. You never escape it. As Jung said, "The shoe that fits one person pinches another. There is no recipe for living that suits all cases." These realizations came slowly but powerfully enough for Marina to pause. She began observing herself like an explorer, walking into the terrain of her soul. That was when a new habit formed, the habit of healing her complex the Jungian way. Every evening, Marina played soft music, placed a notebook in front of her, and wrote down her emotions. Not to analyze or justify, only to name them. "Today I felt anxious," when he replied slowly, "because silence scares me. I fear I am not enough." Each time she wrote this, her hands trembled. But she kept writing. She also practiced sitting with painful memories instead of running from them. Sometimes, Marina closed her eyes and returned to her 8-year-old self. Her father sitting in front of the TV, silent, while she shared a new song she had learned. When she finished, he only said, To an adult, that is a moment of indifference. To a child, it is an entire disappearance. In those self-reflective sessions, Marina realized she had lived her whole life with the wrong conclusion of a child. But the truth was her father, too, carried his own wounds. He did not know how to express love. He did not intend to hurt her. He simply did not know another way. Slowly, Marina practiced a new habit, naming her emotions accurately. When someone was cold, she no longer said, "He's driving me crazy." She wrote, "I feel scared." When she felt anxious in love, she no longer thought, "Maybe I'm loving the wrong person." She wrote, "The child inside me is scared of abandonment." Each time she named it precisely, the power of the complex weakened a little. But the real turning point came in one very ordinary moment. One Sunday afternoon, Marina sat in her usual cafe, staring at her phone with a heavy heart. The man she was seeing had read but not replied for 2 days. Before she would have panicked, checked her phone constantly, imagined he was leaving her, and blamed herself. But this time, something inside her stopped. There was no chaos, but a question rising sharply. Am I loving as my present self, or as my old wound? That question made Marina exhale as if released. She put down her phone. In that moment, she did not think about the man. She thought about herself, about the 8-year-old girl who once begged for her father's attention. She suddenly realized that for years, she had never loved as an adult. She loved as a child, pleading to be seen. It was the moment that changed the entire direction of her life. In the days that followed, Marina continued practicing small but profound habits. Emotional journaling, facing old memories, naming every rising feeling. Gradually, she became more spacious with herself, less judgmental, and
How are you?
Pretty good, how are you?
I'm good. Something good for you?
Do you guys have root beer or no?
We do.
Can I please have root beer?